Impeachment investigation comes as President Biden faces an already tough 2024 re-election bid. Tonight, hundreds of people showed up to see an independent candidate looking to join the ballot. KSHP 41's Megan Abundis was there.
More than 400 people came to Uptown Theater to listen to Robert F. Kennedy. He's gunning for a spot on the ballot as the independent presidential choice.
Outside, people lined up from all over the metro, Kansas City, Overland Park, Lawrence, Warrensburg, ready to hear out Robert F. Kennedy.
We need to go with our heart and who we feel is listening to the people and listening to us and what we have to say.
And he stood up for what's right, and that's so refreshing.
Inside,
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
An effort to secure 10,000 signatures in Missouri to be eligible for a candidate spot.
I'm going to do an experiment in telling the truth to people, even when you're running for political office.
It's incredibly important to us that our kids understand the privilege it is to live in the United States of America, and that this, though it is a disheartening place we find ourselves in a two-party system that doesn't seem to be working, it is still a great system.
I feel like every day we're slipping in different areas, in healthcare, in finance, and in the economy, and everything just seems to be crumbling around us. And I see him as this brilliant man who can help our country.
The middle class just gets clobbered everywhere you turn. Just an amazing kind of vision for what this country should be.
And these supporters say to those who believe a third-party candidate can't win.
I've heard that before, I've thought that before, but you can't change the system if you don't stand up.
In many different areas, I feel like I don't have a voice, and I'm hoping that maybe he'll give us one.
I need an army, and you're it.
Megan Abundis, KSHP 41 News.
We wanted to know what an independent candidate could mean for this upcoming presidential election, so we went to a political science professor at UMKC.
Research suggests it's not really about issues as much with independent candidates and their appeal. It tends to be either personality or it's about the other candidates. And so if the other candidates are unpopular, like a Biden and a Trump, you can see a situation where an independent candidate can do reasonably well at pulling votes away from probably both candidates.
Laura Fink. Laura, great to see you. So I know you just heard Elizabeth and some of the numbers that she went through there. At this point, does RFK Jr. as a third-party candidate really pose more of a threat to Republicans or to the current president, the presumptive Democratic nominee?
I think that's a parlor game we'll be playing all the way up until next year's election, because the answer is we don't know. The question is, obviously his last name is Kennedy, and he has some sort of left-wing policies, but he also, with his anti-vaccine status, and he has also been leaning into some MAGA qualities. We do know that he is funded largely by right-wing investors, donors that traditionally give to very conservative candidates, MAGA candidates. And so you can bet that where their money is that he takes away from Biden. But I do think Biden's job will be fundamentally to keep the contest between he and Donald Trump, regardless of which other names are appearing on the ballot. And that means communicating directly with voters and persuading them that a vote for one of these third-party candidates is effectively a vote for Trump.
Okay, so let's assume that it does end up being a Biden-Trump rematch in 2024. We already know Biden has won that matchup in the past. Obviously, go back to 2020. What, if anything, would he need to do differently this time? Because, again, we're 4 years out from 2020 at that point.
We are. I think what we're seeing, and you see it worldwide, not just in the U.S., where you see leaders underwater with their electorates. This is true of leaders from Canada to Japan to France to the U.K., different political perspectives, but all underwater. And that's because voters everywhere are a little bit hungover and depressed from the pandemic. And that includes Biden's base. Young voters, it includes Black voters, voters that have shifted and expressed their frustration in these most recent polls. So gathering up that base and ensuring that they enter their ticket for Biden, that they show up on election day, is his challenge. And it is, I don't want to underestimate it. It is a significant one, but he isn't really working on the persuadable voters. His focus needs to be, especially right now, on those voters within his base.
All right, and today, Laura, it was another day in court for the former president. He is facing dozens of charges, as you know. It's a very different landscape than in 2020. So how does that change potentially the presidential race if we do see that matchup?
Well, right now, we know that President Biden would like this to not be a referendum simply on his 4 years in office, but a comparison to his alternative, to the other guy on the ballot, who looks to be from the Republican primary, former President Donald Trump. So he wants it to be a contrast election. And those courtroom scenes remind voters of the reality of Donald Trump. He has not been in the news every single day, saturating the way we saw for 4 years. And the question will be, do voters really want to go back to that? Chaos and criminality potential, etc. So that will play a role as he is defined by these courtroom battles. But I will say this, that also may help engender loyalty and fire in the bellies of Donald Trump's base. So a lot of countervailing forces in these discussions.
Absolutely. And we only have a little bit of time left. I do want to ask this because I feel like it's something we hear constantly. If we do see this matchup again, how much do you think age is going to factor into things? Because again, they're only 4 years apart.
That's right. Neither of them are spring chickens. And I think that it's going to be hard, especially with when we see President Trump making gaffe after gaffe on the campaign trail, forgetting names of world leaders, et cetera. I think he's also sort of prone to mixing his messages. We saw him state a desire to repeal the Affordable Care Act, or often known as Obamacare, which is deeply popular with voters. So the question is, on Trump's side, can they keep him in line as always? And on Biden's side, how often can they get him out in front of voters and show that he has vigor and that he has the stamina to compete in a campaign and to be president for the next 4 years?
Certainly a lot of time left. We will see what happens. Democratic strategist Laura Fink, thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
I expect to win, and that's why I'm in this.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is making a push to be on the presidential ballot. That brought Kennedy to Kansas City tonight for a rally. He's Robert F. Kennedy's son and JFK's nephew. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kevin Barry.
I'm Lauren Halifax. Now, he's never held political office, but he does want to challenge the two likely candidates who've already won presidential elections. It won't be easy. A News Nation poll from late November shows 42% of the people polled support former President Trump. President Joe Biden got 36%. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had 7% support. Other third-party candidates had less than 1%, and then the undecideds made up 13%. Fox 4's Dave DeMarco went to the Uptown Theater where that rally was held tonight with how Kennedy can possibly impact this election.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. declared himself an independent in October and is hoping to get on the ballot as such as he vies for the presidency.
I was so reluctant to leave the Democratic Party because it's part of my heritage, it's part of my family.
At a rally in Kansas City tonight, Kennedy addressed changes he's seen in America since his father and his uncle were assassinated in the 1960s.
When I was a boy, when my uncle was president, we owned 50% of the wealth on the face of the earth in this country.
Kennedy will need roughly 1.5 million signatures nationwide to get on the ballot in all 50 states. Even his supporters wonder how he could impact the election.
That's a very, very good question because he's going to draw people from both sides.
RFK Jr. is kind of interesting because it's a Democratic, right? The Kennedy name is it's entrenched in the Democratic Party, but at the same time, he's espoused anti-vax views. He's very opposed to support for Ukraine, and a lot of views that probably don't align with the Democratic Party.
Park University political science professor Matt Harris says Kennedy would likely need even more than the 15% in the polls to participate in debates to maintain those numbers. Because come election day, voters often worry a vote for an independent or third party is equal to a vote for the other political party's candidate.
I'm going to do an experiment in telling the truth to people, even when you're running for political office.
Supporters just hope he gets the chance to run.
We need another choice. I think people need to be really aware of what he has to say and get him on the ballot.
That's Fox 4's Dave DeMarco reporting. Now, you might assume Kennedy would draw support from people who were alive when his family was most prominently in office, but so far he says it has been just the opposite, that most of his support is coming from younger generations who've heard him talk on podcasts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have all been waiting for. To introduce Mr. Kennedy, Jamie McAfee, CEO of Corman.
Hey, everyone. So I know y'all want to get to RFK, but just to give a little introductory story, during the COVID pandemic, both my girlfriend and I, we got COVID really early, and we obviously tested positive, and then went through the next couple of years, and slowly, we were living in the Northeast at the time. We felt like we were losing our civil liberties because we didn't get vaccinated, even though we were previously infected. And the science said, you might be immune if you're previously infected. We felt like second-class citizens. And so when Mr. Kennedy came out with his platform, we really felt like he was kind of speaking to our hearts. And and then he came out with his Bitcoin policy, and I said, oh man, I'm just in love with this guy. So please join me in giving a big, warm Texas welcome to the independent candidate, 2024 presidential election, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Well, welcome. 6 months ago, Bitcoin Miami, you launched your campaign. You have come a long way since then, sir. What do you attribute that to?
I think, I think people are ready for a change in this country. And I think you and I talked before we came out of here, particularly because it was a series of polls that came out. Let me ask first, can you guys hear us back there? Okay. You and I talked backstage a moment ago about our children. And we have kids who are roughly the same age. My kids are between 20 and 39. I think you said yours are between 18 and 32. I have 7 kids. And I'm doing better with these recent polls that came out. There's 3 gold standard polls, Quinnipiac and a Harvard-Harris poll, which is Mark Pence's outfit, and the New York Siena poll that came out this week was a very big poll. It showed me leading President Trump and President Biden in young people who are under 45 years of age, and also people who are independent. These are the 2 key metrics. And I think the reason for that is that this generation of kids has lost hope in our country. There was a poll that came out in 2013 that showed that American kids between 18 and 34, when asked, are you proud of the United States of America? 85% of them said yes. The same poll taken a month ago, only 17% said yes. So in the terms of the last 2 presidents, the young people in this country have completely lost faith in the United States of America. More importantly, they've lost any hope in their own future. And we talked about this, and my kids, when I was that age, I was thinking of buying a home. I was, and my friends were. I have an older kid who's 39 who's in a home, but there are none of my other kids who are even conceiving of buying a home, and none of their friends are. And my kids all went to the best colleges, and they have great jobs. But purchasing a home is so far out of their purview at this point. And when I grew up and when you grew up, I'm 6 years older than you. The central foundation principle of the American dream was that if you worked hard, if you played by the rules, you could finance a home, you could take a summer vacation, you could raise a family, and you could put something aside for your retirement on one job. And there is nobody in this generation who believes that promise applies to them. And the probably the single greatest blow to them is that they're not going to get into a home. And a home ownership was critical to American prosperity. If you own a home, you care about your community, you care about the police, you care about your schools, you care about the transportation, the appearance of your home, and your neighbors. But more importantly, you care about, you have an entree to the American capitalist system. Because if you own a home, you have equity. You can borrow against it. And if you have an entrepreneurial impulse, you can assemble the capital to pursue it. You can build a restaurant. You can build a garage, a retail outlet. And after World War II, we had, the 50 years after World War II where you and I were raised is a period of time that economists call the Great Prosperity, because during that period, the American middle class became the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. When we were kids, our country owned half the wealth on the face of the earth. We were the biggest exporter of goods. Everybody wanted what we had. And we were a moral authority around the globe. And today, we're moving away from an ownership society to a renter society. And when you do that, you move away from citizenship to servitude. And that period of prosperity was kicked off by a housing boom. And it was a housing boom that was created by the government with the GI Bill and a series of other pieces of legislation that were passed after World War II that got an entire generation into homes. And that generation was able to borrow money, they were able to start businesses, and you had this ferment, this extraordinary ferment in every community around our country. And that can't happen today, because in the last 2 years, the price of an average home in this country has gone from $215,000 to $415,000. And the interest rates, as you were talking about, the official interest rates have gone from 3% to 7%. But what a kid this age is paying, a BlackRock, when it buys a house, it has a very low cost of money. But when your kid buys a house, he's got to deal with his own credit rating. And, he's paying 10% interest, and there's no way that anybody can afford it. And it's really a formula for strip mining the middle class of their wealth, of their equity, of their interest in this country. So this generation has lost hope. And, I was in San Francisco recently, and I tried the Monsanto cases in San Francisco in 2018. We tried 3 cases in a row before Monsanto came and settled with us. But every morning before I went to court, I would go to the gym in Union Square. Union Square is like the Fifth Avenue of San Francisco. It has all the big American brands, Nordstrom's and Gap and Macy's and Bloomingdale's and Levi's and Old Navy. And all the foreign brands have flagship stores there, like De La Valle and Prada, Gucci, and Burberry and Ferragamo. Well, I went back there 3 weeks ago, and every one of those stores is closed down. They're closed, and there's just acre after acre of plywood. This iconic American city has been destroyed. Its economic heart's been torn out because of the chaos on the streets of the homeless population. When I left San Francisco, I started researching homelessness. My son, Connor, turned me on to a writer called Matthew Desmond, who's written the seminal works on homelessness. And my thoughts about homelessness was that it was probably driven by drug addiction, by mental illness, by extreme poverty, and that people who were homeless migrated to San Francisco for various reasons, for the weather and for their generous social safety net was famous. But what Desmond shows is that that's not true. Almost everybody homeless in San Francisco is from San Francisco. Drug addiction is a small part of it. There's places like West Virginia and Detroit that have much higher levels of drug addiction and no homelessness. Same with poverty. The mental illness is part of it, but most of those people who are homeless became mentally ill after becoming homeless. So what's causing it? The cause that Desmond shows is absolutely definitive, is high housing prices. California has the highest housing prices in the country. And we have 525,000 homeless in this country. 50% of them are from California, unsheltered homeless, and California only has 12% of the population. And what Desmond shows is that this epidemic of homelessness that we're seeing in California is building like a tsunami, and it's about to sweep across the country. And when it does so, it's not only going to bring, the destabilization of losing all those homes and putting them into corporate control, but it's going to bring with it this social disintegration, the mental illness, the drug addiction, and all the other stuffs that are ultimately symptoms of homelessness. And, one of the reasons that I'm running is, and one of my promises is to get these kids in homes, to do whatever I need to do to restore the capacity of this generation to get into homes and become part of our country and become part of the capitalist system, full participants in the capitalist system.
And I think as we develop an economy of renters, what ends up happening, to your point, people don't care about their communities because they can just pick up and leave. And so when you don't have people taking care of their communities and investing in their communities, it's just like people not investing in the country. And I think that's something that we all, from an entrepreneurial perspective, want to make sure we continue to do is invest in the U.S. And in the Bitcoin community, we're very focused on innovation. We're doing a lot of things around energy. And I know you have some perspectives around Bitcoin that you think align with what you view this country should be doing. And I'd love for you to share that with the audience as well.
Yeah, I mean, my interest, I had no knowledge of Bitcoin at all at the beginning of the pandemic. My kids talked about it. My kids were all kind of entrepreneurial and curious. We're very attached to Bitcoin, and I saw something in them that I see in the entire Bitcoin community, which is this kind of idealism and a love for freedom and a belief that, of course there's greed and speculation like there is everywhere, but there's something unique about Bitcoiners that they're ideologically driven. They love freedom, and they see it as a path not only to their own economic security, but as a solution to a lot of the problems that are afflicting our nation. And in the same way that Silicon Valley was, rescued us from the sort of economic destruction in the 90s and 2000s, that we now have and made America the fulcrum for innovation and development and accumulation of wealth and imagination and culture, all of these wonderful things that came from the internet. We have the same capacity to do them with blockchain and with Bitcoin. And it almost is like a parallel track. But the way I became interested in, and I've talked about this before, is during the trucker strike in Ottawa. So I watched the truckers, and I was in touch with them. And we had a reporter who was embedded with them. So I ended up spending a lot of time with the truckers. And if you saw the trucker strike, it was like Woodstock. It was this, this aggregation of people who were they were doing something that we take for granted in this country that we have a right to do, which is to assemble and to petition their government. And they were objecting to the lockdowns and some of the mandates that came along, but they weren't violent. There was nothing violent. It was the opposite of violence. They were, they had garbage patrols. They were bringing water to homeless people. It was this, really kind and compassionate protest. But the Canadian government didn't like it. And the Premier Trudeau refused to meet with them. And then they used AI, they used facial recognition systems, they used all kinds of surveillance technologies to identify the truckers. And then they didn't charge them with a crime, they didn't convict them, they didn't notify them, they just shut down their bank accounts. And the truckers had millions of dollars. I believe it was about $12 million that they had collected through in PayPal from just private donors all over the country. PayPal simultaneously froze that account so they couldn't access it. And I was talking to truckers who could not purchase gasoline. They couldn't feed their children. They couldn't pay their mortgage. I had one friend who was a trucker who said he was in he had legal problems and that he could lose his freedom because he could not pay his court-ordered alimony bill because his accounts were all frozen. And it occurred to me at that point that transactional freedom was as critical a human right as the First Amendment guarantee of freedom of expression. Because if the government, if the government has the capacity to shut down your bank account, and starve you to death and get you thrown out of your home and make you so you can't feed your children, it has the capacity to make slaves of all of us. And it's important. I mean, if there's a guarantee of free expression, but the government then can punish you for expressing yourself by robbing you of your bank account, what's the purpose of the First Amendment? Oh, at that point, I started looking at how do we work around this? How do we prevent the government from monitoring every transaction, from giving us these kind of, which I could see at that point, the government was talking about as a COVID precaution, because they said currency is dirty. It's passing germs, so we're going to get rid of it. And if you know, at that point, they started removing ATM machines, like in Australia, even some in this country, but all around the world, as they were telling us cash is bad. And it looked like it was part of this panoply of totalitarian clampdowns that we saw during that crisis. And I could see where this was going, because I saw what happened in China, where they had programmable currency, where if your credit rating drops below certain, your social credit rating drops below certain metrics, that the government can turn off your credit cards. They now have facial credit in China. So they can turn it off so that your facial credit will only work in for example, grocery stores that are within a certain radius of your home. And I saw that, and at that point, they were talking for the first time about digital currencies and about the central bank digital currencies. We got to switch to these because currency is filthy. And I immediately had anxieties, let's say, about going in that direction. So, and that's why I really started investigating Bitcoin. And the more that I learned about it, the more I fell in love with it, and fell in love with the community, because basically there's this huge overlap between libertarians and, people who love freedom and the Bitcoin community.
Absolutely. Fully decentralized, self-sovereign currency that governments can't control.
It's democracy. And it's a guarantee of democracy, that decentralization. It's the opposite of where they were sending us during COVID.
Yeah, there are a number of people in Washington, D.C. that still want a CBDC for all the reasons you just mentioned that you're afraid of. And that's something, hopefully, that won't happen. But do you think, as you look at the political parties and what they need to happen in this country, there's a lot of fear around national debt. There's a lot of fear around the economy, our children not wanting to invest because they're afraid inflation's taking the buying power out of their money on an everyday basis. When you're president, what are you going to do to give people faith and belief in the economy, that this is a country where people can innovate and grow, and they can develop new technologies, and we can become the strongest technological nation in the world?
Yeah, I think, right now the federal government policy for this administration is to make war on Bitcoin and other digital currencies. to try, to have punitive taxes on the mining, to move us all toward ETFs and about to see central bank digital currencies. And I don't think there's anything wrong with ETFs on their own, as long as individuals can continue to have their own wallets and control their own Bitcoins. Otherwise, Bitcoin is just a digital currency that can be used to control us. And I don't think there's anything particularly wrong on its own about a central bank digital currency, except for the ease in transitioning us, out of control of our own wallets and our own nodes and those, issues that are critical for decentralization and democracy. But I do. If I become president, I'm going to make it. I think it's very important to keep that spirit, that this country is the hub of that spirit of innovation, not to chase cryptos out of this country, but to encourage the individual states and the nations itself to this spirit of innovation and to make this the central hub around the world for digital currency. So we got to stop our war on them. We also should do stuff to encourage them. Ultimately, I don't think it's on principle, I don't think we should be taxed, levying capital gains tax on currency increases. I think it's tricky because right now, if you simply remove the capital gain tax, you would give a huge windfall to a lot of billionaires and to BlackRock and people who've accumulated, and I don't think that's a good policy. But I think people who are smaller owners and smaller traders should not be taxed for capital gains any more than if you had a Canadian dollar and it appreciated against the American dollar. You should be able to, that you should be taxed for that increase in value, when you cash them in. We shouldn't be treating it as a commodity. We should be treating it as a currency.
So if, as a Bitcoin miner, we believe that we help not just the economy, but we help the grid. We're helping the energy stability of this country, and we're doing things that allow us to use and convert things like methane, which is 80 times worse for the environment than carbon dioxide, convert that into heat, reuse that heat for other fruitful purposes. Clearly, Bitcoin mining in Texas has helped stabilize the grid in Texas. On the national level, if we're going to transition to renewable energy, we need to build grid infrastructure that's going to cost trillions of dollars over the next years. How should we as Bitcoin miners think about how more we can contribute to the energy system? Should we open up in more states? Should we get more states to accept what we do and bring us in and invite us to stabilize their grids? What are your thoughts around the energy side?
From an environmental point of view, there's a million ways that Bitcoin, there are miners who are using carbon-based energy, and but the economics of Bitcoin mining is pushing people towards the cheapest energy. And ultimately, when the halving occurs in April, that's going to become even more serious, because a serious incentive, a weighty incentive, because the cost, 80% of the cost of producing Bitcoins is energy costs. And so the economic model says you use the cheapest form of energy. The cheapest form of energy is going to be waste energy. It's going to be methane from landfills that you can then monetize, and then you can take that heat and you can use that, pump that heat into the grid, and we'd be able, and you should be able to monetize that. You can use agricultural waste and turn that into methane. You can, one of the, because I've built grid scale energy projects, solar and wind, and if we back when I was doing that, if we had had Bitcoin miners who would agree to use that waste energy and sign contracts for it, those projects would have become much more bankable. And of course, if you're building variable power, there aren't just necessarily certain times of the day when you are producing more energy than you can sell. And if you could monetize that incremental stream of revenue for that project, may be the difference between bankability for that project and not being able to fund it. Oh, there's a huge potential there, but I think, one of the things that we should think of is that, think about this, is one of the big problems, and it's one of the problems with using energy credits, is that you may be funding projects that are not profitable. And what we need to make sure is that every energy project, renewable energy project, is profitable. And the only way that we can do that is building out the grid system. And that will cost us, as you and I discussed, about $3 trillion. But if you think about that in advance and say, we can't spend $3 trillion to build out the grid, and let me tell you why that's expensive. We don't have a national unified grid that can move energy both ways and do it efficiently. Oh, if you're a South Dakota miner, I haven't looked. If you're a South Dakota farmer, and I haven't looked at these numbers recently. When I last looked at it, an acre of land, of cornfield in South Dakota was about $800, and an acre with a wind turbine in North Dakota, an acre with a wind turbine on it was worth about $3,200. So every farmer in South Dakota wanted to put turbines on their property. The problem is they couldn't sell their product because there is no, they wanted to sell it in Cleveland, Cincinnati, St. Louis, New York, New Orleans. But the current grid system, the electrons would disperse and diffuse before they cross the North Dakota border, as we don't have a good DC system that can do long-haul transport of electrons. And so we're wasting a lot of energy. We could supply the entire energy grid in this country with just wind power from North Dakota, Montana, and Texas. We could support the entire energy grid in North America with 75 by 75 miles square in the desert Southwest. You wouldn't do that because then if a cloud passed over Arizona, you'd black out the whole country. But, that's how little it would take. We're not doing that because we don't have a unified national grid. Now think about if you came along at the beginning of the ARPANET grid in 1979 and said, we can't afford this, it's going to cost us $500 trillion to maximize out the grid, you would have lost trillions and trillions of dollars in economic activity. So once you build that grid, it becomes a marketplace, and the marketplace drives efficiency. And I'm going to give you an example. In 1979, we built the ARPANET grid for the internet in this country. The following year, 1980, the CEO of IBM announced that IBM was getting out of the PC, the private personal computer business, because there was no money in it. It was a dead-end technology. Well, now a lot of other companies, Dell and many others, got out of that business because they didn't see what was going to happen with this marketplace. But then we built a marketplace. Now everybody has a personal computer. And what happened to the cost of bits and bytes of information? It went to zero. You imagine when I was in school, if I wanted to answer a question, if I was writing a book about Mao Zedong and wanted to find his favorite lunchtime meal, I'd have to go to the Library of Congress, work through the stacks for weeks to find that little piece of information. It would cost maybe tens of thousands of dollars. Today, you just pump it into a phone and you've got it instantaneously for free. So the cost of bits of information went to zero. The same thing will happen to electrons if we build a grid for energy, a national grid for energy. If in 1996, We built a national grid for telecommunications. Bill Clinton told all the baby bells, you have to unify your grid system. You have to create a marketplace, and the lowest cost provider will prevail in the markets. No more favoritism. What happened? All of these little devices like cell phones that we have today are the result of the revolution that took place because we built a national grid for telecommunications. And what happened to the cost of phone calls? When I was teaching at Pace University, I remember I made one phone call to London and it cost $75 for 5 minutes. Well, today it's free. It's free telecommunications forever as we built that grid. The same thing will happen if we build a national grid for energy. We turn every American into an energy entrepreneur, every home into a power plant, and we power this country on what Franklin Roosevelt called America's industrial genius. The innovation of our country, this entrepreneurial spirit, rather than Saudi Arabia oil or Appalachian coal. And that is what we ought to be doing, and that could benefit enormously from Bitcoin mining.
Mr. Kennedy, our time is up, but I have to compliment you. You are most probably one of the most articulate people to discuss the grid and Bitcoin mining in the political spectrum today. Thank you very much.
Fred, thanks so much for having me, and thank you to all your Bitcoiners. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for coming out to the 2023 North American Blockchain Summit. It was the best summit yet. We look forward to hosting you again next year. If you enjoyed the summit or like what you saw in this video, be sure to subscribe. If you're interested in learning more about membership in the TBC, go to texasblockchaincouncil.org to learn more.
Would a Mr. RFK Jr. please come to gate C40, destination Epstein Island? Well, the presidential hopeful revealed during an interview with Fox News' Jesse Waters that he'd been on board Jeffrey Epstein's plane twice, though he denied ever being on the plane alone. Let's watch.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they offered us a ride to Palm Beach. So I went then, and on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend. But otherwise, I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning.
RFK's revelations come on the heels of efforts by Senate Republicans to subpoena flight logs for Epstein's plane, efforts which have seemingly been stymied by Senate Democrats. Fox News' Hillary Vaughn pressed Senator Dick Durbin about why there were no plans to pursue a subpoena, to which Durbin claimed such a motion hadn't been raised by anyone.
I know who Epstein was, but I certainly don't know anything about the issue.
Well, he was charged with sex trafficking, so why don't you want to know who was utilizing his private plane?
Never been raised by anyone.
Well, Senator Blackburn has wanted to subpoena them, and there hasn't been a vote in your committee.
Said a word to me, not a word.
Video evidence released by Senator Blackburn seems to counter Durbin's claims the senator asked to subpoena the logs last November.
I understand you made some statements about the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs. I had not spoken to you one time about this issue.
Since we're in the business of issuing subpoenas now, here are a few more that I've filed. A subpoena to Jeffrey Epstein's estate to provide the flight logs for his private plane, given the numerous allegations of human trafficking and sexual abuse surrounding Mr. Epstein.
This is terrible optics for everyone who seems to be obstructing getting to the root of who was on Jeffrey Epstein's client list. RFK Jr., I mean, the most damning aspect of this, I think, is that like so many other rich, famous, well-connected politicos, he had a relationship, if not with Jeffrey Epstein, then with Ghislaine Maxwell, who is currently in jail for procuring and facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes, getting girls for Jeffrey Epstein to exploit. The fact that we have pictures of this woman at Chelsea Clinton's wedding, that we have pictures of her hanging out with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, every rich, powerful, connected, Bill Gates, and that there simultaneously has been so little interest in Congress at finding out more about who was complicit in the sex crimes that Epstein executed is incredibly damning.
And the complicity in the Virgin Islands of the actual government post his conviction or pleading guilty, whatever he did, for sex crimes initially.
Right.
Maybe you can make excuses for people having associations with him well before his activities were brought to law enforcement. That happened in the aughts, in the later aughts, I believe. Now, of course, we know there are some people like Bill Gates who continued to have a relationship with him even after, which is crazy. And it sounds like is actually part of Bill Gates' divorce that his ex-wife Melinda Gates warned him about that and was very troubled by this ongoing association. So I believe when RFK Jr. I mean, it doesn't sound good. I agree with you. But when RFK Jr. refers to the relationship his wife had with Ghislaine Maxwell, I believe he means his previous wife, not his current wife, Cheryl Hines. It could be remarkable that Epstein's just flying around offering free rides to wealthy, fabulous, well-connected political people like, hey, where are you going? I'll give you a lift in his jet. I mean, it's unthinkable. We're not at the level of private jet taking, so some of this private jet stuff is also just beyond my comprehension. Wealthy people they don't fly like the rest of us. They call up
the PJ?
They call up Epstein, I guess.
Yeah, look, I take all of that fine, but to your point,
is there like a social media? Is it like a Hinge or Tinder or something for connect yourself with the Epstein plane to get where you're going to go?
I mean, they make it sound like they can't afford their own provisions, but like to your point, Epstein first was brought up on criminal charges relating to sexual abuse of minors in 2006.
Yeah.
So that we have been dealing with for almost 20 years with the reality that this is someone who the law has found guilty of a genre of crime that we broadly consider to be one of the worst things you can do in the world. And yet people have continued to freely associate with him without consequence, have proudly put forward pictures and images of them together without consequence, are inviting them to their children's weddings. I mean, the level of impunity that people act with, I think, is correlated with frankly, perhaps the knowledge that they were never going to be held responsible, that Congress members would do the dance that we just watched them do, and frankly lie to the press and lie to the camera about whether or not there's been any inquiries into this. Potentially, optically, what it looks like is to provide cover. Now, maybe he has a really terrible memory.
Yeah.
And is in kind of a Biden level of, cognitive precarity. But what it looks like is people running cover for one of the most notorious sex abusers of all time, who also happen to have a lot of rich and famous friends.
And we know that Democrats are implicated by this. We know that Republicans are implicated by this.
Yes.
We know that past presidents of both parties, other important tech, philanthropic CEO people. So this is one of those cases where it's not really partisan because there's a lot of implications everywhere. But so it's because it's not really partisan, they all want to work together to shield you from whatever the information is.
And the idea, what do you make of this argument that RFK Jr. seems to be making, that because it was a family outing, because I brought my kids with me on the child sex predator's plane, that's evidence that this trip was above board and just a family vacation? Is that Is that persuasive to you, the difference between him being on the plane with his wife and children versus him being on a solo trip with Epstein?
I guess he's trying to say that I wasn't there to participate in. I brought my own kids, so it wasn't a weird sex thing. Is
Because
what I guess why you say that. But
I mean, to me, that's not one way or another. It doesn't say that it's impossible to go into a room, one of these infamous massage rooms, and have whatever happen.
Again, it's before broad knowledge of what Epstein was up to. I'm most suspicious of, most skeptical of the people who continued to associate with him, even in the wake of the exposure of his heinous crimes.
Yeah.
But people should take this into account as they continue to look for answers, because again, I think a lot of people who are very interested in uncovering more, Epstein client list kind of information have put their faith in independent candidates in general.
Let RFK Jr. say, you know what, I rode on that plane before these claims about him came out, but as president, I will absolutely pursue transparency in this regard.
And for all I know, he has said that. I don't know if he said that.
I think that would be much more of a persuasive argument to me than, my wife and kids were with me, so it's a mulligan.
I wonder, he may have been asked about it on one of the podcasts he's done, whether he would release the client list or to try to obtain it or whatnot. So I guess I'm Googling it. I'm not seeing whether he said it before, but maybe he has. We will continue to follow that and more Rising right after this.
All right, so this time we're doing something a little different, all right? This is a really cool West Palm Beach living, right? This is where a lot of campaigns have to begin, have to come to keep their momentum going. Everybody can talk about wanting those small donor dollars, but you need big money, okay? And you need people who have big money to believe in what you're about. And this is where we found Bobby Kennedy Jr. tonight. And I want to read you something, okay? All around us, not just on the question of the war, not just on the question of the cities, not just the question of poverty, not just the question of problems of race, but all around us. And why you're so concerned, why you're so disturbed. The fact is, men have lost confidence in themselves, in each other. It's confidence which has sustained us so much in the past, rather than answer the cries of deprivation and despair, cries which usually tell us that we need to talk with each other until we split our nation. Rather than answer those cries, hundreds of communities, millions of citizens are looking for their own answers to force, repression, and private guns to change reality, so that we confront our fellow citizen across impossible barriers of hostility and distrust. And again, I don't believe that we have to accept that. I don't believe that it's necessary in the United States. I think we can work together. I don't think that we have to shoot at each other, to beat each other, curse each other, criticize each other. I think we can do better, and that's why I'm running. Doesn't that sound good? You know who that was? Robert F. Kennedy, 1968. And it tells you a couple of things. One, what we think is so unusual today is not so unusual. Turmoil has been the order of the day in America since its inception. Frankly, since its birth, right? It was birthed out of turmoil. And that the standard in crisis has always been the same. We need leaders in America. We don't go for tough guys. We don't go for harsh strength. That's why what I think is evolving on the political right is a little misplaced. Yeah, we like people who are strong, but sweet and sensitive and see an ability to make things better, like this speech did. That's why Bobby Kennedy was getting such traction in the 1968 election. Now, I'm going to be talking to his son. What do these words mean to him? How is he going to convince people, not just that you have to fear the establishment because they're lying to you about vaccines and all these other things, but that he can make things better, that there is a beauty to the cause, that Americans can be together. So let me bring him in right now. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., thank you very much. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Thank you very much. I was listening to you here, raising money, and the message is resonating, and people are hungry for an option to get them to a better place. First thing I want to talk to you about is you heard what happened last night with Christie. Another bite I was going to show was of Nikki Haley after Ramaswamy attacked her, basically calling her dumb without saying it. They asked her, do you want to respond? And she said, no, it's not worth my time. And I thought it was a really interesting contrast of who's getting attacked and how they deal with it. You, like many people, were too busy just to sit and watch the debate last night. You're trying to get your own campaign going. What do you think the debates you've seen tell us about the state of play on the Republican side? Because obviously no primary on the Democratic side, otherwise you wouldn't be here right now.
I think what you said earlier is true, that there's a lot of vitriol, and that I don't think people like the vitriol. But strategically, they must be being told that that's what people want to hear, at least within the Republican Party, because they're all doing it. And I like what you said, that, we didn't hear any solutions except for blowing up people and, having more wars and having us against them, et cetera. And, I'm out there talking to, there was a poll, Chris, that came out in 2013 that asked young Americans, people under 35 years of age, whether they were proud of the United States of America, and 85% said yes. The same poll taken last month, 18% say yes. So somehow in the last 10 years, in the administrations of two presidents, we're now running for re-election. An entire generation of kids has lost faith in our country and lost hope for their own future. It's the only generation in American history that believes that they're going to do worse than their parents. And I'd like to see debates with Republicans and Democrats that address that issue and that tell these kids, how are we going to get you in houses? The housing prices have gone from $215,000 2 years ago to $400,000 today. The interest rates are up at 8%. And we need these kids in houses because when you're in a house, you can borrow money and you can build a business. And you can, if you have an entrepreneurial impulse, you can build on it. And, the credit card debt is now 57% of Americans are not making enough, make $5,000 less than the cost of basic human needs. Why are we talking about that?
Because it's hard. Yeah. That's why. Because it's hard. Because to fix it, I know that to you, to your whole bloodline, they're like, well, that's what you do. Service is about fixing. I get it. But that's hard in politics. And it's much easier to say, Bobby will make it worse. So I'll stop him from doing that. And that's what we see as the state of play. I want to explain two things to people. One, they should know by now, but let's explain it anyway. And the second is the process that you're gearing up for. The first is your voice. Explain to people how they should read the fact that your voice isn't what they might expect from you. They've heard you now. They understand what's going on. But just in case, just to be fair.
I apologize for my voice. I had, as you remember, and Chris and I, for those of you who don't know, we're brothers-in-law and we're in-laws and old friends. And we've campaigned together across the country. And, we have a long relationship with each other and a really, a good friendship. But my voice used to be very, very strong until 1996. And something happened. I got some kind of injury in 1996 that resulted in a condition called spasmodic dystonia. And that makes my voice tremble. And actually, my voice was much worse even 2 years ago. And right now, I had this very innovative surgery. Cheryl and I went over to Kyoto to Japan and had this surgery they only do there. And then I did a lot of kind of alternative therapies. And my voice is now getting stronger, but it's terrible for people to listen to. And, I can't listen to myself on TV. I will never hear this program. So it's a blessing, I guess, but I cannot listen to it. And I feel sorry for the people who have to listen to it.
No, listen, it takes a second to catch on, but once it's there, people get it. And your ideas are coming through because we're seeing it in the polls, all right? So people are able to understand what you're saying because it's not all written. Now, what is the reality of what it costs to run for president of the United States? I don't mean to win. I mean to get on the ballots and do the minimum standard required. And do you think you'll be able to do it?
President Trump and President Biden are going to be on the ballot. Assuming that President Trump wins the primary and President Biden wins his and then takes the nomination, they will be on the ballots because the parties already have a space on the ballot. If you're an outsider like me, you have to get on the ballot, and that means getting about 1 million signatures and navigating 51 state and the District of Columbia rules that are designed to keep you off the ballot in many states. About 35 states make it easy. It's very straightforward. You get 3,000, 5,000 signatures, and you can get on. But there's some states that deliberately make it very, very difficult to get on, and you have to have signatures notarized, and you have to get them from every county, and you have to do it in a very, very short period of time. And then there's a lot of battery of lawyers on both sides that are going to look at every signature and try to get me off. So that's why people say it is a heavy lift, and but we are going to be able to do it. It's a challenge, but we are going to be able. We are going to be on the ballot in every state and the District of Columbia.
I know that you have.
Because, by the way,
go ahead.
On average, there's a whole industry that does this. We have 250,000 volunteers. We have more volunteers than any other campaign. So we're going to probably be able to do it a little cheaper than other people. And most people rely on paid signature gatherers, and those costs, on average, they bill you in advance $15 a signature. So to get 1 million signatures, the straight-out cost, without lawyers, without lawsuits, et cetera, would be $15 million. The worst state, the worst rules were Utah.
Right. I was going to say, you're in litigation with them right now.
We just won the litigation.
Oh, it's over?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you for the breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news. So I think this is kind of the first parapet of the fortress that is of the duopoly, of the two-party duopoly that is crumbling, is that we were able to beat Utah in court, and they acknowledged that their rules are unconstitutional, and we now have in 2 weeks we got all 1,600 signatures in the state.
So you'll believe you're going to be on all the ballots. So
yeah,
you'll have a
we're
shot.
going to get on all the ballots.
All right. Well, one process question, and then I want to get into some issues, and then we're going to open it up, take some calls. Right. Then we'll bring in Cheryl to bail you out if you haven't been getting it done.
You can bring her in earlier.
So all right. If you start calling in if you start going like this to bring in the relief pitcher, we're going to have a problem. All right. So in terms of, it's easy to call somebody a spoiler when you are addicted to the two-party system, because that's what we're used to covering. And that's what the people in the party are saying. Well, if you're not from either team, well, then you're just a problem. I think people were rejecting that notion now. And I think that's part of what you see in your polls. With all due respect to your personal appeal, I think your existence matters to people. The really only question that matters is, if you were to get to a point in the race where you did not think you could win, was not going to go your way, your estimation, and you saw that you were affecting, I don't know which candidate, let's say it is Trump and Biden, I don't know which one you would be affecting more. Would that matter to you in terms of whether you were going to end the campaign? If you said, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to win, and you see that you're affecting one of them disproportionately, would that matter to you?
I don't want to seem like I'm dodging a question, but I really don't know the answer to that question. It would depend on a million different circumstances. I suppose there'd be some circumstance where that conceivably that, I can make a decision to withdraw from the race, but I can't think of that circumstance at the moment. So, and, as you know, there's a myriad of configurations that can happen. Right now, I'm taking more votes away from President Trump than from President Biden, according to most of the polls. If you believe the polls, my intention is to spoil the race for both of them. I think I'm going to win the race. I think and I wouldn't have said that, and I didn't say it a month ago. So, but I'm looking at the polls now. I'm looking at the trends. I'm looking at the energy of the crowds that we have. I'm looking at the declining enthusiasm for the other two candidates. And, I have 11 months. I'm in better shape now than any independent candidate's been since Teddy Roosevelt, so for over 100 years. And I'm beating both candidates with young people, which is the bellwether group. So Americans under 45 altogether are choosing me over President Biden, President Trump. The other big bellwether are independent voters, and I'm beating them decisively with that group too. I'm in a three-way tie right now with Hispanic voters and with many other demographics. So, and I have greater popularity, favorability than any candidate. I'm at 52 points. Nobody's even close to that. And I think I'm 25 points over water, whereas both of the candidates.
When the poll came out, I wasn't going to report on it until Dusty, my EP, started yelling at me because I couldn't believe that anybody was found more favorable than Trump because he has a following unlike anything I've ever seen in politics, but you were beating him by 1 or 2 points. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We have a lot of new people sampling News Nation because of the debate last night. Did Boffo numbers because people are desperate for choices. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about a couple of the issues that may make Bobby Kennedy Jr. popular with Trump voters, and is that a good or bad thing? And then we're going to get into your questions. Stay with us. Appreciate you being here. If you are listening to this podcast, you know I drink AG1, and I've been doing it for years. When I started, it was because, people were talking to me about it. I was so sick. Well, I was sick, period. But I was also sick of mixing and matching supplements and powders and this and that. And I wanted just one thing. And everyone had always said there wasn't until AG1. Because it supports your body's universal needs. Now, I know a lot of people say AG1 ads because it's a really popular product, but I really use it, and I believe it, and I give it to people because it has helped my gut optimization, stress management, immune support. I mean, just the confidence of mind of knowing I've taken everything that I need and that there's science behind it of how to mix it and in what proportions. Since 2010, AG1 has led the future of foundational nutrition, continuously refining their formula to create a smarter, better way to elevate your baseline health. If you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/CCP. drinkag1.com/CCP. Check it out. Get healthy. All right, I'm back with Bobby Kennedy Jr. down here in Florida. He is very, very hungry to get the resources he needs to have a campaign that he believes can win. You don't want to just affect the race. You want to determine the outcome of the race for president. And we were just saying off camera, the timing is in your favor. The country is tired of the two parties. They see them as the same, part of the problem. And you have a plurality of the country saying that they are neither Democrat nor Republican. Now, you had said, hey, the polls say I'm taking more votes from Trump. Although it is suspicious that he doesn't come after you, especially when you're here in his backyard like that. I'm sure he knows you're here. He doesn't come after you. So I wonder if he perceives the threat. But a criticism of that reality would be, yeah, that's because you feed a lot of his conspiracy folks the kind of food that they like by feeding them about the vaccines. Are you concerned that you have independent voters who are critical thinkers who don't believe in a lot of what is out there about how vaccines are bad, and some of it has not been fair to you in terms of what your position is? We talked about this before. But how do you deal with that? That what may to get some people to like you may hurt you with other people.
Well, let me just say this. I think virtually 99% of the American public, if they understood my position, my real position on vaccines, not what has been talked about on the media, they would agree with me. All I say is we should have good science, we should have good safety studies, and people should have choice. The government shouldn't be telling you, do this or do that with your body. We should have choice, and we should have great science. We should have robust, and we should have regulators that are independent of the industry that they're supposed to be regulating. We shouldn't have an FDA where 50% of the budget comes from pharmaceutical companies. Nobody thinks that's a good idea when they hear it. And that's my problem. I've never been anti-vax in terms of saying all vaccines are bad. There's some vaccines that are going to be good, some are going to be bad. You know, you know me for 40 years, Chris. I've been trying to get mercury out of fish. Nobody called me anti-fish, you know. So I want safe vaccines. I want robust science. I want independent regulators. And I want choice. And I think most Americans would agree. But of course, the pharmaceutical industry and some of their allies in the media don't want the public to hear that there are problems in those areas. So they brand me, because I'm the messenger, as anti-vax and crazy and conspiracy theory. Now, in terms of President Trump, what I did at the beginning of this race is I said, I am going to try to focus not on these culture war issues and the vitriol that keep us all apart, but I'm going to focus on the values that we all share in common. And one of the things that I really try hard not to do is to not criticize personally either President Trump or President Biden. And we're going to the lawsuits or the litigation or whether that's fair or that's fair. I just stay away from that. And I try to talk about the issues that they care about. And I think that, you know, President Trump knows that I'm popular with his constituents, that I'm their second choice. And I don't think it's to his advantage to attack me. I'm sure he will at some point. But he also knows that I'm not going after him personally, that I do attack his policies. I do criticize him for his failures, particularly during COVID. He should not have shut down 3.3 million businesses with no scientific citation, with no public hearings, with no environmental impact statements, none of the processes of democracy. But what I've tried to do is really focus, identify the values that we have in common. And what I found is there's a huge landscape that is so much bigger, the things that Americans agree on. Everybody wants to protect veterans. Nobody likes that, you know, veterans' wives are now at soup kitchens. Everybody wants us to have the best education system in the country. Everybody wants to end the forever wars. Everybody wants to end the chronic disease epidemic. That now 60% of our kids now have chronic disease. When my uncle was president, it was 6%. Everybody wants to end this corrupt merger of state and corporate power that have turned our regulatory agencies into predators against the American public and sock puppets for the industries they're supposed to regulate. And there are so many of these issues. Everybody, look, if you want to talk about climate change, and that's all the only environmental issue you're going to talk about, you're going to have everybody fighting each other. If you talk about clean water, clean rivers, clean air, about stopping the destruction of the Appalachian Mountains, about the fact that 100% of our freshwater fish now have dangerous levels of mercury in them, that acid rain is destroying the forest cover on the high peaks of the Appalachians from Georgia to northern Quebec. People don't like that. And there's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants our kids in houses. Everybody wants that. And what I'm trying to do is look at solutions and and find those issues. And I found out that those landscapes are so much larger than the little culture war issues that are being used to keep us apart.
You know, look, people are saying it 100 different ways, that they want somebody, they know what's wrong. They want somebody who can find ways to put it right. Dusty says the phones are blowing up. So let's take a break. When we come back, it's going to be all you. All right? 844-968-7720. You want to speak to Bobby Kennedy Jr.? You have a question? Be decent. Dusty's listening. But the question's from you. Next. All right. You done with the ads? Fine. I'm on Substack now, okay? You'll get ad-free content. There are going to be exclusive videos there, and there's going to be an exclusivity of exchange, okay? So there's going to be a lot of stuff that will be familiar. It's going to be deeper. It's going to be more personal, and there's going to be more me and you. The ChrisCuomoProject.substack.com, $5 a month, so I can pay the bills, okay? It gets a little bit of commitment from you, and that's okay because it'll make you pay attention, and it'll be more focused, and it will be without any distractions. All right? That's the ChrisCuomoProject.substack.com. You get access to me, my experiences, and what I've learned that hopefully helps you. We are supported by Indeed. If you need to hire, you need Indeed. Indeed is your matching and hiring platform. 350 million plus global monthly visitors. It's the biggest, all right? And that's from their data. A matching engine that helps you find quality candidates and, most importantly, fast. Why do I like it? Because it makes hiring all in one place. You know what I'm saying? Look, you have these different things. Here's where I can get resumes. Here's where I can do interviews. Here's where I can put out what I'm offering and see if people want to pick up on. And Indeed, you can do it all in one place. Nobody has the time anymore. The whole beauty of technology is integration, and Indeed is in the sweet spot. Listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit. Get your jobs more visibility at Indeed.com/CCP. Go to the Indeed.com/CCP website right now. Support our show, please. We need it. Saying you heard about Indeed on the podcast. That's Indeed.com/CCP. Terms and conditions apply? Of course they do. But if you need to hire, you need Indeed. Wow, listen, I literally need to give no introduction to any of that. You all know exactly what you were watching. You know Curb Your Enthusiasm. You know Larry David. And you know Cheryl Hines, Emmy nominated, just has become part of the American fabric. It is great to have you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
And it is very odd. I did not know that Larry bases his character on Bobby. I didn't know that was true. But it is true that he introduced you to, yes?
Yes. You know,
informally.
Yes. It was never meant to be, it was just like, here, this is this. And then years and years later, it turned into this.
Yeah, and I actually went and asked Larry for permission to date her because I know he has all these rules that are unwritten, but you're supposed to know about. And I know that if I started dating his television wife without getting permission,
it'd be trouble.
That would be. But he gave me a big endorsement. But then when he talked to Cheryl about it, he said, he said to me, he said, "I'm so happy." He said, "She's the best human being I've ever met. She's absolutely beloved in the industry. She's the only person in Hollywood that doesn't have a single enemy, and I'm happy for you." And then he went to her and he said, "It'll never work." So,
that sounds like him. Were you worried that when you were going to run, he's a big Democrat, he's an outspoken critic, were you worried that it was going to create tension?
With him?
Yeah.
Well, we both are very, very close to Larry. And I talk to him about my candidacy all the time. And, he knows me, he loves me. I think it's difficult for anybody in Hollywood to endorse me, particularly early on. I think it's getting easier and easier. And I'm pretty confident that at some point I'm gonna be able to rope him in. So
marrying a Kennedy is enough already, right? It comes with a lot of history and a lot of cachet and a lot of people. But now to be in a campaign like this, how do you handle it?
I was going to say vodka, but that's not funny. You take it one day at a time, and I stay in the moment, try to really focus on things that need attention and things that I shouldn't give attention to. I have to let go by the wayside, which is not always easy.
Right, that is easy to say.
It's easy to say, yeah. But that's my intention anyway.
What was it that you saw in Bobby that made you realize, okay, he wants this enough for the right reason, that it's worth what comes with it?
Well, for him to even come to me and ask me how I felt about him running for president was like a tidal wave. But also, he doesn't come to me and talk to me about something if it's not important. So I took some time with it and really thought about it and really
6 months.
And really, that's some time.
I'm sure you were very patient.
I knew to be patient.
But Bobby inspires a lot of people. And to watch that is really beautiful. And so even in the last, 3 or 4 years, he has supporters that are Republicans, the Democrats, and independents. So I think he's extraordinary in that way, that he's he has all of these people coming together that usually do not come together. So I just feel like he has something that's very, very special.
And in terms of dealing, look, you're a celebrity. You know what comes along with it. You know, some people are kind for the wrong reasons and some people are unkind for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
What is this like, this experience for you now in terms of where it could lead? Bobby, theoretically, it's not going to be easy. Nobody has to tell him that. He could win.
Mm-hmm.
And that would put you in a position that would be a very different one than you've ever been in before.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth thinking about? No, I'll think about that when we get to it. Let's just make sure.
I think it's good to think about that when we get there. Like, I don't need to spend time thinking about, what the curtains are going to look like. I'm just going to keep doing what I do. And then, yes, as life presents itself, I will accept it and embrace it.
Well, in one way, we've seen this before. I actually grew up in one of these where the candidate is on most boxes that you need to check, not as impressive as the wife. No disrespect. But it was true.
That's true.
It was true with my mother and father. Everybody loves my mother. You know what I mean? But she was always too smart to want to get other people's approval and run, an assistant that she was like a little sideways with. But we see people saying about Governor DeSantis, they're like, wow, if his wife were running, forget it, it'd be a no-brainer. And now you have to figure out, how do you help him without just blowing him out of the water every time that you're in an event?
Yeah, that's why I don't bring her out too often.
I mean, how do you make sure you're not using the fastball the whole time?
Well, you know what? We're a good team because he has, I was going to say traits, I guess. There's probably a better word.
Virtues.
Okay, let's say virtue.
I don't think that's what you meant.
That is not at all what I meant. I was going to say, you have something in your personality that I don't have, and vice versa. So I think it's good, I'm just like a little, I was going to say side dish, and that sounded weird too. But I don't need to be there all the time to, I'm like the cranberry sauce on the side.
It's interesting because you are a master at figuring out how to be someone that you're not. You're an artist when it comes to acting. You're not someone who just plays themselves all the time. And now this is a new way to do it. And everybody in his position and all their family and loved ones, and he knows this from both sides of the ball, has to do the same thing. You have to figure out how to be who you need to be to get where that cause needs you to be. And it is not easy. I don't envy it, but I respect you very much for coming here and being it. And I thank you very much for taking the time to speak to the audience directly. I appreciate you both. Happy Hanukkah, the best for Christmas. It's the first night of Hanukkah to everybody there. I hope you celebrate it, especially in these hard times. Bobby Kennedy, Cheryl Hines, thank you very much to you both. Now, is this how it always is? No. Why? Because this is a good example of a delicate line that I have to walk, which is someone who has a lot of personal contact with a lot of the people I wind up covering. And sometimes it's for better and sometimes it's for worse. So Bobby said he was my brother-in-law. No, he's my brother's brother-in-law. My brother was married to Bobby's sister for many years. They have 3 amazing daughters together. His sister, Carrie, is a great woman. They had a long marriage, not married anymore. So I grew up, Andrew's much older than I am, around Bobby. Played football with him, watched him at the Riverkeeper, watched him go through life's ups and downs. And then, of course, now, I don't have anything to do with this campaign. I was shocked to hear that he was running. But I have to tell you something. I believe that things are changing in our political culture. And I have to tell you, for a lot of people, that's a throwaway statement. No, things are always changing. No, they're not. They're usually getting more frozen in place in this 2-party system, right? It's been a downward trend. It's always been this way. It's always been combative, right? This is not new. America in turmoil is not new. Okay, we were born of turmoil. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, depending on how you're fighting and why you're fighting and what happens as a result, okay? So what we're doing now is we're just fighting to fight, right? What you're doing right now is just having a battle to the bottom. You're having this binary zero-sum poison politics. The other guy's worse. Vote for me. I mean, where else do you do that in your life? I'm going to hire this person to pave my house because the other guy sucks even worse. Nobody does that. But that's where we're stuck. So I believe in choice. And I believe that you're hungry for choice. And I think we see that in people wanting insurgents in politics, seeing establishment as a bad thing. I'd be careful with that. Why? Because you need your institutions to run, and you need people who know how to run them. They don't have to necessarily be deep state, right? Civil servants are servants. They do good work for not a lot of money, and they often do it for the right reasons, right? It's too easy to just throw out all of it, to say all of it sucks. They're all bad. Drain the whole swamp. Yeah, how'd that work out for Trump? He wound up having more members of his administration get kicked out for malfeasance than anything we'd ever seen before. Anything we'd ever seen before. That's draining the swamp, adding more alligators. See what I'm saying? Easy to say, hard to do. Why? Because it's not as simple as getting rid of all of it. Ramaswamy, get rid of 75%. So what does it mean with Bobby Kennedy Jr.? More of you than say you are Republican or Democrat say that you are neither. And that's where he comes in. Look, he wanted to run as a Democrat. The guy's a Democrat, okay? What it means to be a Democrat is changing, by the way. My father, I saw someone send me a podcast of how Mario M. Cuomo, the last liberal. Yeah, that's dramatic. You know, I don't know that that is a true statement. I know my father would not have liked being called a liberal. He referred to himself as a progressive pragmatist. What does that mean? That you have a set of principles and philosophy, and you go case by case about what's needed. Okay? More money for this, less money for that, you know, whatever it is. But that you go case by case based on principles. That you just don't have a set where you always spend more or where you always cut this. You know what I mean? Like you have to go case by case, like we do everywhere else in life. However, my point is, the Democratic Party that he was part of is nothing like the one today. The people that he fought for, that, you know, the middle class families, the working class families, those who were paycheck to paycheck, as Bobby said today, pretty eloquently, that can't put their hands on $1,000 if their life depended on it. Those were my father's people. That's what he thought government was about, was helping them. All the government you need, only the government you need. Helping people do what they cannot do for themselves. Now they're all Republicans, those people. Why? You have a two-party system. It's going to shift. They only have two places to go. That's why I'm here in Florida. You have made it very clear that if you're going to watch News Nation, it's because you're a critical thinker and you don't want the same old, same old. So I went from Alabama to Florida to interview him because this is where he was. And I had said the last time I interviewed him, I'd give him a chance to take calls. You got to do that in person. So I'm here. Does he win? Of course the odds are against him. But I'll tell you what. Ordinarily, I would say, and that's it. That's the end of the analysis. I don't know about that anymore. Why? I've never seen where not just the incumbent is not polling well, but his main challenger isn't polling well. And that almost 2 out of 3 of you, maybe a little more of you, don't want either of them. That's new territory for us, okay? A guy being in a party as a prohibitive favorite without even participating in the process, I've never seen that before. You know what I'm saying? So we have a lot of I've nevers. So why count him out? Oh, he's just going to be a spoiler and ruin it for Biden and give us Trump. I don't know that there's proof of that right now, and I don't know that that's a good argument. Oh, but Trump is an existential threat. Look, the bad guy's always an existential threat. I've heard it in every election. If we don't win this one, everything will be over. Enough with the brinkmanship. Enough with the existential talk. We have problems in this country that demand different, that demand someone who is obsessed with better, not just who's bad. And I don't mean that because it sounds like a slogan for a bumper sticker. And you look at what's happening on the campuses, it doesn't make sense anymore. You want to protect the minority, you start censoring voices because you're so worried about protecting minorities. Okay, I get it. I get the rationale. Do I agree with it? No. You know me. I'm about more debate, not less. I'm about a marketplace of ideas. I don't believe that you smother a bad idea. I think that you actually empower it when you do that. I think expose it, let it be argued, and show that you have such better ideas than this. That's how you deal with it. So censorship is never my thing. And I was always worried about that on campus because I saw it as censorship. But you tell me how we can be in a situation where for university presidents to be before Congress, when they knew what they were going to get asked, okay, by a representative who you knew was playing a gotcha game, you change the word Jewish with black or trans, and then ask them the same question, and you think they would say, well, it's a matter of context. If people are saying that trans people, you have to go, you know, it would depend. Did you say it to them directly? Was there a reasonable outcome of violence? They wouldn't be asking any of those questions. We know this. We know this. You look at examples where they say you have to use the right pronouns, otherwise it's tantamount to abuse. So there's no context, right? Well, you did it, and it's bad. There it is, absolute liability. But with Jewish people, now we ask a couple more questions. Really? And now we start to see it with what happened on October 7th. Well, rape, in quotes. Oh, now it's rape in quotes. Women say they were raped. Forensicists say they were raped. But now you want to see how the facts fall out before you take a position as a women's rights group. Where did that come from? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't make sense. The rationales don't make sense. And that is a good indicator that things need to be changed. And how do you change? Well, you know the old cliche, right? Nothing changes if what? Nothing changes. So you got more people than ever say that they're independent, okay? You got more people than ever say that they don't like the two choices that are there. You got more people than ever that don't say that they say they don't like the two parties. Well, then why would I say Bobby Kennedy Jr. doesn't deserve a platform? And the idea of, well, you're only doing it because you know him and like him, that's bullshit. It's just demonstrably bullshit. I have Vivek Ramaswamy on. He calls me like a lying member of the deep state or whatever he called me. I have Christie on. I have all these people on. Why? You deserve choice. I promise you, you will have to be a great poker player to know who I really like and who I really don't like when I'm interviewing them, because it's not about me. It's about presenting you with an opportunity to see somebody at their best and decide if they're going to make things better or worse. That's the job. And Bobby Kennedy has a lot to say. The voice is going to be a little bit of an issue. I think people are going to get past it. I think the polls reflect that they are, but it definitely is something he's going to have to deal with as a challenge, and that's on him. But the vaccine stuff, the Epstein stuff is bullshit. He didn't know anything about what Epstein was about. There's no proof otherwise. I'm not wasting time with that kind of discussion. You give me proof, then I'll start asking questions, okay? You don't, it's like finding the crime in search of proof. It's not how it works. You give me the proof, I'll start asking the questions. However, you got to take him seriously because you're saying take him seriously in the polls. So I hope you were able to get something out of this. You don't like Bobby? Good for you. You think he's the guy? Good for you. It's your choice. Appreciate you giving it a watch. I hope you learned something. Let me know. Let's get after it.
I don't have any control over what happens ultimately. You know, that is in God's hands. The only thing I control is this little piece of real estate inside my own shoes. There's a couple of things that every demagogue can use to manipulate people, and one of those is fear, because it disables our capacity for critical thinking. There's a 2013 poll that showed that 85% of Americans under 35 said they were proud of the United States of America. Same poll taken last month showed only 18%. My initial bias about psychedelic drugs is again colored by my experience of being in recovery for 40 years. I would tell myself at 9 o'clock in the morning, I am never going to do that again. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd be doing exactly what I said. And, it was like somebody else had stepped into my body and was now, a new driver in the truck. In a true free market, you can't make yourself rich without making your neighbors rich and without enriching your community. You show me a polluter, I'll show you a fat cat using political clout to escape the discipline of the free market and force the public to pay its production costs. We have to be able to weather those difficulties without being crushed in our soul or without being ultimately affected by it. And that's kind of the objective where we all want to be spiritually, where we're indifferent to the personal consequences of everything that we do, and that we live our lives for higher purposes.
The vast majority of people in the audience are entrepreneurs, capitalists. Love to get your views on the environment and capitalism, because that's a topic that there's a lot of debate on.
First of all, thank you so much for having me, and thanks for the reception. I've been working as an environmental advocate and attorney for 40 years, for my entire career, but I started out as an attorney for commercial fishermen on the Hudson River. And we built that organization. They launched a patrol boat. These were people who were capitalists. They were small business people, and they saw their livelihoods being destroyed by pollution on the river. And these were people who, the Hudson River commercial fishery is the oldest in North America. It's 350 years old. Many of the people I represent came from families that have been fishing the river continuously since Dutch colonial times. It's a traditional gear fishery. They use the same fishing methods that were taught by the Algonquin Indians to the original Dutch settlers of New Amsterdam and then passed down through the generations. And there was nothing wrong with their business model. But the General Electric Company used political clout in Albany to get permission to illegally dump PCBs into the river, rather than properly disposing them. And it saved them money. It allowed them to outcompete the other producers of capacitors and to win in the marketplace, but they had distorted the market signals by cheating the market. And these fishermen knew that their problem was not their business model. It was that we didn't have free market capitalism on the river. We had a kind of corporate crony capitalism that was allowing polluters to use political clout to escape the discipline of the free market. One of the things I learned very early on was that we don't have to choose between good environmental policy and good economic policy. In 100% of the cases, good economic policy is identical to good environmental policy. If we want to measure the economy, and this is how we ought to be measuring it, based upon how it produces jobs and the dignity of jobs over the generations and how it preserves the value of the assets of our community. If, on the other hand, we want to do what the big polluters often want us to do, which is to treat the planet as if it were a business in liquidation, convert our natural resources to cash as quickly as possible, have a few years of pollution-based prosperity, we can generate an instantaneous cash flow and the illusion of a prosperous economy, but our children are going to pay for our joyride. And they're going to pay for it with denuded landscapes, poor health, huge cleanup costs that are going to amplify over time, and they'll never be able to pay. Environmental injury is deficit spending. It's a way of loading the cost of our generation's prosperity onto the backs of our children. And, my approach has always been colored by my experience. I worked for 40 years for the commercial fishermen, and that really kind of colored my worldview about the environment. And if you can go back 35 or 40 years ago and look at speeches that I was giving back then where people would ask me, what's the most important solution, most effective solution to environmental pollution? And I always said the same thing, it's free market, true free market capitalism. Because a true free market promotes efficiency. And efficiency means the elimination of waste. And pollution is waste. A true free market would require us to properly value our natural resources. And it's the undervaluation of those resources that causes us to use them wastefully or recklessly. In a true free market, you can't make yourself rich without making your neighbors rich and without enriching your community. What polluters do is they make themselves rich by making everybody else poor. They raise standards of living for themselves by lowering quality of life for the rest of us, and they do that by escaping the discipline of the free market. You show me a polluter, I'll show you a subsidy. I'll show you a fat cat using political clout to escape the discipline of the free market and force the public to pay its production costs. And what I did as an environmental advocate, I really always considered myself a free marketeer. that I was going out into the marketplace to catch the cheaters and to bring them to court and say to them, we're going to force you to internalize your costs the same way that you internalize your profits. Because as long as somebody can externalize those costs, it distorts the marketplace. And none of us gets the advantages of the efficiency, the prosperity, and the democracy that true free market capitalism offers our country.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me ask my team, make sure we put a timer up here so we know the time if we could, because it's not on. Thank you. So I asked the audience to submit some questions, and I can't ask all of them, but one of them was about psychedelics. And let me preface this by saying, you know that I've been in recovery, you've been in recovery for 40 years, and I'm the first person in the world to have before and after brain scans doing ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT, which I did in 2015 in Mexico, and we took a film crew and we filmed it, and then we did interviews with the doctor that did the before and after brain scans and whatnot. And I've seen miraculous things happen, but I'm also worried about the pharmaceutical industries, like they're doing with everything, co-opting it. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on psychedelics? Because my viewpoint on it is in the field of recovery, depression, mental illness, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, my initial bias about psychedelic drugs is again colored by my experience of being in recovery for 40 years and having I go to like 9 meetings a week. So 12-step meetings. I've heard a lot of bad stories about people, involvement with drugs and alcohol and pharmaceutical drugs. So my bias is that I don't think that in most cases that we can fix things that are wrong inside of us with things that are outside of us. With all the things that we reach for when we feel discomfort, whether it's drugs or alcohol or sex or reckless behavior. And we're particularly people who are prone to addiction are always looking for things outside of them to fix this, to fill this empty hole that they have inside of them. Having said that, I have 7 kids, and my wife in 2012 took her own life and left me with 6 children. And so all of those kids were at risk at that time. And they all ended up doing really wonderful things with their lives, and they're in good relationships, and they're outside now of that what I would call a risk bubble. One of them was worrying to me because he never processed his mom's death in a way that I could observe. He seemed like a happy kid. He was always smiling. He did get in a lot of fist fights, and he became a boxer, and he won a lot of tournaments, and then he became a hockey player. But everything he did, there was a little bit of violence too, and it made me worried about him. And he went to a couple about 5 years ago. He was very self-contained. He never talked about what was going on inside of him. And he went to Patagonia to kayak a whitewater river that I kayaked for many, many years, every year, called the Futalefu. And he went down there to do it with a friend. And he had a 5-day wait between the time that his kayak trip was going to start and the time that he arrived there. And I had a friend who I knew a little bit, just an acquaintance down there who had some land property down there. And I asked this guy to put my son up for a couple of days while he was waiting for his trip to start. And that guy, the night my son arrived there, that guy said to him, "I'm doing an ayahuasca trip tonight." And he said, "God sent you boys to me," because he was doing it with 20 Puente Indians. And he said, "I was praying to God that he would send me a gringo to do this with." And so my kid ended up doing this. And he had this experience where after he drank the ayahuasca, they gave them all a bucket and they gave him a sleeping bag, and it was kind of in an outdoor place with a fire. And after he drank it, he felt himself sinking through all the geological strata of the earth. And he could look at all of it. He told me he could look at all the folds of stone and geology. And he had a total understanding of all of the processes that had laid them out for the eons. He ended up being propelled out of the other side of the earth and then floating through space for what he experienced as hundreds of years. And he would focus on a distant planet and be transported there. And on each planet, he would have an adventure. At the end of the adventure, there would be a lesson, a moral lesson that he would learn, that he was supposed to remember. The last planet he visited, he came into, his mother was there. And she started passing through him, in and out of him again and again. And every time she did that, he felt all these experiences of forgiveness, of love, of understanding, of comprehension, of empathy and compassion. And when he came back from that trip, he was completely changed. He was very open about talking about his feelings. He was on a real spiritual quest. He was very, very openly just happy all the time. And the reason I really know that it changed him is he started taking out the garbage and doing the dishes. And he's done the dishes constantly without ever being asked since then. He's a 24-year-old kid. So you know that's a miracle. That opened my mind to the possibility that there may be, something that I didn't understand or that was outside of my kind of bubble of prejudices. And I have a friend who's a Navy SEAL who had severe PTSD, and he went to Costa Rica and had the same kind of experience. And I had a couple of other friends who are in the NFL, and they also had severe brain injuries and depression, terrible, terrible depression. And the same thing happened. And then I looked at Michael Pollan's documentary, which I think is on Netflix.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's one particularly poignant story. He goes through each of the psychedelics, a show for each one. And I think the third show was on psilocybin. And there's a kid on that show who had severe OCD. He literally could not go out of his house. He had to do all of these rituals, he had to constantly clean his hands. He had to walk through the door 10 times or 20 times or 60 times. And he had to do all these very repetitive rituals, and it absolutely paralyzed him and destroyed his life. And he did one psilocybin trip, and it was completely gone. So, my mind is open to the idea that there may be things that I don't know about, and that people ought to have the freedom and the liberty to experiment with these things. I like what you said at the outset, which is, we know the capacity of the pharmaceutical industry to come and capture this if they see that there's money in it, and then to turn it into something very, very bad, and to promote it in ways that it shouldn't be promoted. So, my inclination, and I haven't thought this through that much, but my inclination would be to make this available at least in therapeutic settings and maybe more generally, but in ways that would discourage the corporate control and exploitation of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, we could, I believe that addiction is a solution to pain, and addiction works if you're lonely, depressed, anxiety-ridden in the moment, but the problem is it has this thing called consequences that can destroy your life and make your life not work. And I think we live in a culture that we have the largest addiction crisis in human history right now. There's a lot of temptation, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of trauma. I think the last 3 to 4 years of the pandemic has created more angst, more pain, more trauma that will last literally generations, and I think millions of lives have been destroyed as a result of it, and one of the coping mechanisms is addiction, and I think anything that could help with that, and I think psychedelics are one part of that, is beneficial. If you become president, what could you do or will you do to fix this issue?
Yeah, I mean, part of the, addiction, like you say, it's a response to internal pain. It's also a response to atomization, to loneliness, to disconnection, to disaffection. And we're seeing that's now an epidemic in this country, where so many of us feel that we're no longer connected to a community. There was a poll recently that showed that, there was a 2013 poll that showed that, that when asked, 80 or 85% of kids, of Americans under 35 said they were proud of the United States of America. The same poll taken last month showed only 18%.
Wow.
So they've lost faith in our country, they've lost hope for their own future, they've lost a connection to community. And now, we're seeing the biggest cause of suicide among black youth today, of death among black youth is suicide. We lost 106,000 kids last year to fentanyl overdose or to other opioid overdoses. That's double the number of kids that we lost in the 20-year Vietnam War. We're really in a crisis now. One of my kind of moonshot program or Peace Corps program, to use metaphors from my uncle's administration, will be to start to launch a string of healing centers around this country, particularly in rural areas where people will go there and do regenerative farming, regenerative agriculture, grow good food, healthy food, and learn to live in communities again without screens, without cell phones. And I've looked at these places for 40 years. The rehab industry in this country is, I would say, somewhat predatory at this point, like many, many other industries. But I had a relative who was in a lot of trouble, and I started looking all over the world for places that had a different model. And I found this place in Italy, in Tuscany, called San Patrignano, and it's a 500-acre farm. There's 2,000 kids who live there. It's absolutely free. The only thing they ask you to commit to is to stay there for 5 years. When you go there,
5 years?
Listen, if it's a choice, a lot of kids today are on a trajectory where they're going to die.
Yeah.
And 5 years is like college. And if you can save somebody's life, it takes time because you have to reparent the person. You have to reorient them to live in a completely different way. And they're taking people who are criminals, who are not only drug addicts, but people who are headed for prison, headed for something very bad. They take them and they transform them into good citizens. So they, at that place, it's completely self-supporting. In Italy, you can do a check-off on your taxes to send $1, approximately $1 on your taxes. There's a little check-off to San Patrignano. Most of their money comes from their industries, so they have one of the best bakeries in Europe, and they teach kids traditional baking skills. They have an apparel center where they do weaving, and they make accessories, fashion accessories. So they make purses for De La Valle, for Prada, for Gucci, for these other big brands. They have a vineyard, 500-acre vineyard, and they make some of the finest wine in Europe. They have kennels, and they have a wallpaper factory that makes this hand-painted wallpaper, very, very traditional, with traditional artisans. There's no cell phones allowed, there's no screens, and the people live together in very, very tight kind of barracks. There's 6 girls, and my relative was a girl, and she was put in with 6 girls who watched her every move. And if she did something selfish, if she did something dishonest, she was called on it. And it taught her a new way of living in a community. And when she came out, she became very, very successful. And not only in her business life, but also her social life, she was utterly transformed. 2 days ago, I went to a place in Salt Lake City called The Other Side that is modeled on San Patrignano. And they have now 3 city blocks full of buildings. They have 300 convicts. They take people out of prison, or they take people who are facing long sentences, and they interview them to see if they're suitable for the program. They bring them into that program, and they rehabilitate them. And they have to make a 2-year commitment. It's absolutely free. Anybody can walk in the street and take advantage of it. They have the biggest moving company in Salt Lake. They have the biggest storage company in Salt Lake. They have a thrift store that is the size of 2 Walmarts. They have a construction firm that is very, very successful, and they teach the inmates how to be electricians, how to be plumbers, all of these skills that they can use in the world. And the guy who started it was facing his 5th term in prison. He was facing a 29-year prison sentence. And he persuaded the judge to allow him to go to Delancey Street, which is a therapeutic community in San Francisco. And he ended up working there for 8 years and then coming out and starting this place. And it was so inspiring going to this place and to The Other Side and seeing what they'd done, because it's a model that can be reproduced elsewhere. And instead of, when I was in prison for the summer of 2001, I won a lawsuit against the Navy in Puerto Rico for bombing the island of Vieques. And I did it, the judge, there was a corrupt judge who would not enforce my injunction. And so the group, I was representing 10,000 people on the island, and they asked me to do a civil disobedience to go onto the live fire zone while the Navy was bombing, and I was arrested. They told me, I said, how long am I gonna be in jail? And they said, well, just probably a day. But I ended up being the whole summer in maximum security prison. And my youngest son was born while I was in prison. The first time I saw him was on Visitor's Day. But in that prison, which is a federal prison, much better than state prison, I couldn't even go to an AA meeting. There was no opportunities for any of the people who were living there to make their lives better. And we need to do that better. We need to make sure when people come out of prison, they're actually productive. So the guy who was running this said to me that when he first started trying to place the convicts in businesses in Salt Lake, that nobody wanted them because they're ex-cons. But now they have such a good work record and such a good reputation that he has a list of hundreds and hundreds of businesses on the wall and they employ 100% of the people who leave, and everybody in Salt Lake wants people from this program because they're such responsible workers. Oh, it was inspiring to me to see that, the transfer of what I saw in San Patrignano happen in this country. Today, the biggest industry in rural areas in our country are prisons. And I want to change that and make rehab and restoration of the feeling of community in this country, the skills of living in a community, to reparent all of these kids who are lost today, an entire generation of kids who are lost. Give them the opportunity to go to places where they can learn to be productive members of society, and where they can get inspired again about their lives and regain hope in their lives.
I love that. So you probably met him backstage. I don't know if he's out here, but we have Andre Norman who's here, who spent 14 years in maximum security prison, and he became the #3 gang leader. He spent 2 years in solitary confinement, and now this guy's like an absolute angel and just helped so many people. And he's in charge of a program which currently has 600,000 tablets in prisons in the United States, soon to be 1 million. And we have Genius Network content, we have Genius Recovery content from my foundation on those tablets. 25% of the world's prisoners are in the United States, so we're the highest incarcerating country in the world. I believe it's between 80 to 90% of everyone that's arrested or thrown in jail or prison. Drugs and alcohol were involved. 40% of people that are incarcerated committed a violent crime, so that's a separate issue, but 60% had not. So we are incarcerating a lot of addicts. And when someone goes through recovery, as you know, you can take people that were really lying, cheating, stealing, doing bad things, and they become these incredible, compassionate, caring humans. And so I think there's something to that, the whole process of healing and creating that environment. So yeah, I mean, we'll talk more about that. So let me, I have some questions about tyranny and all that, but before we get to it, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. What are your thoughts on digital currency?
Yeah, I mean, I became a huge convert. I really didn't know anything about cryptocurrency. My kids all, are entrepreneurial and are interested in business, and they're all in that space. So they were, they had bought and sold cryptocurrencies and talked a lot about it, but I was really just on the sideline listening to them. And then I saw what happened during the pandemic, what happened in Toronto or in Ottawa to the strikers. Children's Health Defense, which was the organization that I started and ran, had embedded in the truckers' convoy in Canada. We had a reporter embedded, and we were helping them, and we were, sending money and publicizing what they were doing. And the truckers in Canada were angry at the mandates. And the truckers in Canada are a very, very diverse group. A lot of them are from African descent, a lot of them from Asian, Indian, Bangladesh, and then just white people from all over Canada. But it's a very, very diverse group. And they had started out in BC and Alberta, and they had then done a collect and made a bigger and bigger convoy coming across the country. They wanted to meet with Justin Trudeau and talk to him about the impact of the mandates on their businesses and on their lives. And Prime Minister Trudeau would not meet with them. And instead, if you look at the videos of this protest in Ottawa, it looks like Woodstock. They had cleanup crews that were picking up garbage. They had crews that were passing out bottled water to people, that were feeding the homeless people and hungry people in Ottawa. And there was music, and there was a lot of joy. There was nothing nasty or mean-spirited about it. And it was portrayed that way by officials, government officials, and to a large extent by the mainstream media. But what they did in Canada is they used AI. They used facial recognition systems, and they got the identities of the people who are participating in the protest. And they froze their bank accounts. And this was shocking to me, because none of them were charged with a crime. They also took $15 million that we had helped raise for them on PayPal, and they persuaded PayPal to shut off their money so they couldn't access it. And it occurred to me then that, I talked to one of the strikers, the truckers. Now, they couldn't buy diesel for their trucks. They couldn't buy food for their kids. They couldn't pay their mortgages. I talked to one striker who said he was facing jail time because he had mandatory alimony payments to his ex-wife, and he could not pay them. And it occurred to me then that that transactional freedom is as important as freedom of expression. If you have freedom of expression under the First Amendment, you can say anything you want about your government without consequence. But the government then can shut off your capacity to pay your rent, to buy food, put you essentially on the sidewalk and paralyze you. What does it matter if you have so-called freedom of expression? And they don't have to charge you with any crime. And I had seen this happening, what was happening in China, where they have what they call programmable currencies, which is, in China now, they use your face is your credit card. So that facial recognition is so ubiquitous and so refined and sophisticated that when you go to a store to pay, you don't use cash. In many places, you don't use any credit card. You just use your face to pay. And there's, you have a digital account. And on your digital account is other information, including your medical information, including your social credit score. Oh, if you drop below a certain credit score, your capacity to use your accounts now ends. And they, for example, they have one system where and I'll give you an example. If the government declared a mask day and you're walking around with your mask below your nostrils and you're seen on facial recognition system, which knows everybody, you're gonna now lose social credit points. Or if you're too close to your girlfriend on a social distance day, you're not even told about it. You're going to lose social credit, and if you drop below a certain point, at some point, your facial credit card stops working, except in grocery stores that are within a certain radius of your home. So you can't travel, you can't buy gas for your car, you can't buy an airplane ticket, you can't go to a hotel. You're essentially under house arrest. If the government has the capacity to do that to people, then it has the capacity. I mean, a government that can silence its critics has a license for any kind of atrocity. And it is the top of a very, very slippery slope toward totalitarian rule. So, I was struck at that point by how important it was that we have transactional freedom. And during that period, you may remember this, there were a lot of people in the federal government who were saying, we got to get rid of paper currency. And in fact, in many nations, like in Africa and Australia, et cetera, they were taking away ATM machines. They were doing that on the pretense that paper currency passes germs. So we have to get rid of it. Well, if we go to total digital currency, every transaction that you have is visible to the government, to corporations. It's taxable. It can be monetized for profit by somebody, and you have no secrets in your life. If you wanted to buy cigarettes or pornography or liquor or whatever you want to do, stuff that you don't want to share with the world, somebody's going to know about that. And that's a very, very dangerous thing in a democracy. And so, I think it's really important that we keep paper currency, number one, that people have access to Bitcoin and other currencies, and that we look very, very warily at central bank digital currencies, which are, which they're putting in place right now. And that is how they did it in China. They started with a central bank digital currency, and then they expanded its reach to become an instrument for social control. And to me, that's very dangerous.
Wow. Thank you. Tell me something that nobody in the world understands about you.
I don't know about that. As you know, one of the things they say in recovery is that you're as sick as your secrets.
Yep.
And I understood when I was getting sober that I could not afford to have any secrets. That doesn't mean that you tell the world everything about yourself, but you have to tell somebody.
Right.
There has to be somebody out there who knows everything. And so I think I have a number of people in my life who literally know everything about me, and so, and I think that that's important for all of us.
To speak to that, I'd like to get your viewpoint on, because here you are running for President of the United States. You are openly talking about addiction recovery, which I think is awesome. You're more focused on health than anyone else I know that is, running. So you're a great role model in that arena. And you are as sick as your secrets. I think that it's true. It was actually at one of these Genius Network annual events in 2015 where I openly just decided I'm just going to share everything. I talked about drug addiction, sex addiction, work addiction, you name it. And it was one of the most freeing things that I did. But I also had been going to 12 steps for many years. And what's the difference between how you basically what you share and what you don't? There's secrecy and then there's privacy, and there are trusted people. I always caution people not to make like a Facebook confessional where you just go and share. It needs to be done when you're ready to do it. So
you can't be like an idiot.
Right,
you know?
right. Well, and some people do. It hurts them.
Yeah, you have to make prudent judgments, and we're not. Jesus said you have to be gentle as lamb but clever as snakes, and you need to be. People. God gave us a brain to use it to make good judgments with, to make prudent judgments. And there's people that you tell everything to, and there's people that you tell, but you don't lie.
Right. Well, you have a lot at risk for disclosure. So when did you first start disclosing this to others? Because I think, those from the 12-step world always will mention that it's in the 4th step that you find the cravings will start to relieve when you share it with someone trusted.
I mean, I knew, what kept me, I knew that I was an addict from when I was 15 years old. When I started the year after my dad got killed. I started taking drugs. And I progressed very, very quickly to heroin. And I was addicted for 14 years, on and off. But I always wanted to quit. So I tried to earn this. I was basically, I was living against conscience at that time. I knew that I did not want to be an addict, and I had iron willpower in other parts of my life. I gave up candy for Lent when I was 13, and I didn't eat candy again until I was in college. And I gave up desserts the following year for Lent, and I never had a dessert till I was in my freshman year of college when I was doing, playing sports. And I wanted to bulk up. But I felt like I could do anything with willpower, but somehow this compulsion was utterly impervious to my willpower. And I would, the most demoralizing feature of addiction was my incapacity to keep contracts with myself. Yeah. I would tell myself at 9 o'clock in the morning, I am never gonna do that again. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd be doing exactly what I said. And it was like somebody else had stepped into my body and was now, a new driver in the truck was now had nothing to do with me. And it was baffling to me, just bewildering. Why can't I control myself? But I tried earnestly, sincerely, honestly, for 14 years to stop and couldn't do it. One of the things I never tried was 12-step program because of exactly what you said. There was no way, given my background and my vulnerabilities, that I would step into a room of strangers and start talking about what was happening in my life. And I came in September of 1983. I was arrested. I was in the papers. So at that point, there was no secret left. And it was the best thing that happened to me because I was able at that point to come in and, take advantage of this program. But I knew from the beginning that, if you're an addict, you are dishonest. You have to lie. You can't, you cannot, I think it's impossible to be a drug addict and not lie. And I knew that the dishonesty was associated with my addiction, and that if I did not become rigorously honest in every aspect of my life, that I was going to fall back into the addiction. And so, I put a lot of effort into that, and it was difficult. I remember one time I was in court, and you know what? It's strange when you get. I wouldn't say I was a pathological liar, but I was habitual. And if you ask me, where did I get this shirt? I would not. The first thought in my head would not be, where did I get this shirt? It would be, what can I say to put myself at some advantage in this relationship? I wasn't thinking, of the truth. And I had to break myself of those habits by when I caught myself saying something dishonest to tell people right then, what I said to you just now was not per truth. And the pain of doing that a couple of times was what, allowed me to move. I remember reading very, very early on about an obituary that C.S. Lewis, who was a great theologian, who wrote the Narnia books and a brilliant novelist. But he wrote this obituary about a friend of his where he described his friend as honest as the daylight. And I read that phrase and I was like, wow, I wish that someday somebody would say that about me. And around that time I was in court, I was arguing in front of a federal judge in White Plains, and he asked me a question, I said something that was not true. And then I sat down and my opponent got up, and it was something that I could have never gotten exposed on or caught. It was only slightly an exaggeration. But I sat down and it would have no consequence to me. It could never have any consequence to me other than just my conscience eating at me. And I sat down and I was like, wow, that was not true. So the next time I got up, I said to the judge, I just want to say something. What I said to you, was not true. And there was like this stunned silence in the courtroom because nobody had ever heard a lawyer do that before. And then it just went on, and but the pain of doing that a couple of times, you will get honest, you will get struck honest quickly because it's so agonizing to give yourself up. That got me kind of in a better habit of being honest. And right now it's critical, I understand it's critical for my survival. So I'm married to somebody who I don't think has ever told a lie in her life, and she's an example. She's a role model for me, but she has no impulse to it. It's like I've never heard her say anything even slightly self-promoting or dishonest or distorted or even exaggeration. And she still manages to be very funny and very interesting.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. So let me, my friend Alex Mandozian, who's here, he sent this over to me via text, I don't know, maybe a month ago. And it's a quote from Thomas Jefferson. When the people fear their government, there's tyranny. When a government fears its people, there's liberty. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, there are a couple of what I would call alchemies of demagoguery. There are buttons that we all have that were installed in us during the 20,000 generations that human beings were wandering the African savannah in little groups, warlike groups, fighting with other groups, defending themselves against, lions and predators and trying to feed themselves. And a lot of our hardwiring was installed during that key evolutionary period. And, we were following a powerful male leader and doing what we were told, and you had to have unit cohesion, and you had to behave like everybody else because otherwise you weren't arguing with the leader all the time. You had to do things, and we all have that programming internally. And so there's a couple of things that every demagogue can use to manipulate people, and one of those is fear. And because it disables our capacity for critical thinking. And during the Great Depression, even before the war in 1932, Franklin Roosevelt gave a speech where he said to the American public, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. This is after Wall Street crash. And what he was saying then was that he saw what was happening in Europe, which was suffering from the same depression. And in Eastern Europe, in Russia and the Soviet Union, democracy was collapsing everywhere because of the economic pressure, and you were seeing the rise of tyrants on the right and tyrants on the left, and each one was using fear and the other alchemy of demagoguery, which is racism, to point to minority groups and saying they did it to you, they're dangerous to you. So these are all things that were installed in us, during that multi-million-year period, and people can come and exploit them today and disable our capacity for critical thinking. What Roosevelt was saying is the fear is actually our enemy. If we have confidence, we can restore American capitalism. At that point, 30% of the people in this country believed that capitalism had failed and that the answer was communism, and 30% believed that capitalism had failed and that the answer was fascism. And there was a small minority who still believed, in democracy and free market capitalism. And Roosevelt, through his strength of character, through his persuasion, through his absolute indomitable calmness, was able to tell people, don't be scared, the fear is your enemy. Because fear is going to be used by demagogues like Father Coughlin at that time, or Huey Long, or these other demagogues who were trying to, drum up anger and fear. And he said, don't, that is the enemy. If we stay calm, we'll come out of this. And he was able to restore American capitalism because of that. And it's an important lesson. During COVID, you had both Republican and Democratic governments that were using fear to manipulate people, to tell us, do this, do that, and not, they were telling us to do things that they knew and we knew were wrong, to allow censorship of critics, to allow doctors to be silenced, to allow people who said they were injured to be silenced, to ask people who were standing up for the children and saying, wait a minute, how can you keep kids out of school? They have no vulnerability to COVID, to shut them up. And to silence everybody, where I was, they were giving $1,000 tickets to surfers who were out on the ocean and telling them to go home. Or a disease that even then we knew did not spread outdoors, but it spread at home when you're locked up. And it was crazy what we were being told to do, but everybody was complying because they were using fear. And to me, my party, the Democratic Party, I said this, time and again. I said, Roosevelt told us don't use fear, and yet the entire government strategy at that time was just to scare the hell out of everybody. You remember they had the COVID death count every day on CNN ticking like a time bomb that it was going to come and get you, and everybody was put in this state of, your neighbor is a biohazard, don't go near them. And, and we were telling our kids, putting masks on our kids and telling them not to smile at their friends, not to hug their friends. And it was atomizing society and fragmenting it and making it, and that kind of society is very easy to manipulate. I'll tell you, can I tell one other? There was another one of those alchemies, one of those buttons, is our tendency from all those years we spent on the African savannah to follow a strong leader, a person of authority, particularly a male leader who will tell us what to do. So there's an experiment called the CIA financed a lot of studies during the 1950s and 1960s that were mind control studies to figure out how do you manipulate individuals to become a Manchurian candidate, how do you manipulate whole societies in order to impose foreign control or totalitarian control. The names of the program, the first ones were Operation Bluebird, Operation Artichoke, and then the later ones were called MK Naomi, MK Dietrich, MK Ultra. The MK stands for mind control. And they were financing hundreds of studies in universities around the country by usually sociologists or psychiatrists or social scientists to do different experiments with psychedelic drugs, with torture, with sensory deprivation, with sound deprivation for various forms of other psychiatric drugs, et cetera. One of those studies was a guy called Stanley Milgram, who was an associate professor at Yale. And he did a study where he recruited about 60 people from all walks of life, students, professors, blacks, whites, business people, every kind of American. And he would bring them in and put them in a room where they had a dial in front of them. And they were told if they turned that dial, it would give an electric pulse to a person who was tied to a chair in the adjoining room. They couldn't see that person, and that person was, in fact, an actor who was a confederate of Dr. Milgram's. But when they turned it up, he would scream and struggle and plead and beg and cry. So, and Dr. Milgram would say, turn it up, turn it down, turn it up, turn it down, turn it higher, turn it down, turn it higher. And people who were part of that experiment, who were the people who were the recruits, the subjects, a lot of them were weeping because they did not want to do it. And yet Dr. Milgram was there in a lab coat with all of these badges on him and stuff, so he was this visible figure of authority. 60, you can look this up on Wikipedia, which you should not believe for other, but unless they're actually telling the truth. But if you, 67% of the people in that experiment turned it up to 250 volts where it was marked potentially lethal. The good news is that 33% of the people got up and walked out. So there's a cadre of people who maintain their capacity for critical thinking, even when all of these sort of atavistic stimuli are applied against them to disable that. And that, I think, is our aim in a democracy, is to try to be part of that group of 33% who can't be manipulated by fear and can't be manipulated by racism or anti-Semitism or all of these other alchemies of demagoguery or authority figures. And my father told me a couple of weeks before he died, I had a conversation with him where he said to me, people in authority lie. And that is something that is critical in a democracy for the public to know. Our job, part of our job in democracy is to question everything. This phrase, trust the experts, it's not a thing. It certainly is not a feature of democracy. It's not a feature of science. In science, you don't trust the experts, never. I've had over 500 cases. And in each one of them, there was scientific controversy, and there was experts on both sides. When I sued Monsanto, Monsanto came in with experts from Stanford, Harvard, and Yale. My wife, who's an actor, came to court that day, on the last day of their testimony. She watched these people, and then afterwards, and they were so convincing. She walked out and she said, why are you even troubling this poor company? To me. And I would wait till tomorrow. The next day, we had our experts from Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And the jury gave us $2.2 billion. They had heard both of them, and they had to decide which expert is lying. And experts have their own prejudice, they have their own biases, and their own ambitions, et cetera. And so it's not, trusting the experts is not a feature of science. It's not a feature of democracy. It's a feature of religion and totalitarianism. But it's not something we do. Well, you know, we were all told to do it, right? Again and again, trust the experts. And it's not, it's something that should set alarms off.
Yeah, so I want to ask you about the way that I view what has happened during the pandemic was the biggest manipulation mind fuck I've ever seen in my life. And the 66%, that's scary when it can be manipulated like that, which means there's a lot of vulnerability out there. And so one of the things that led me into addiction was I was raped and molested as a kid. And so I view what pharma and what a lot of these agencies did was they raped the population, they raped the globe, because rape is non-consensual. It's penetration without consent. And they did it with syringes, they did it with drugs, they did it with massive manipulation and lots of money behind it. And it was just atrocious. And I feel so sad for people that aren't in the position that myself and many people here that lost their jobs, that don't have a lot of financial resources, and the people that ultimately, whose lives were hurt and destroyed the most were people that were poor. And then everyone else, you know, psychologically, there's so many things that happen. So if someone wants to get a vaccine, okay, if you want to get a vaccine, but when it's forced upon you, when you're manipulated into it, that's a whole nother level. And so I think there should be a hashtag that's something like farmer rapes or something like that. Maybe that, I don't know. But there's a part of me that's like, you know, I really don't want to take the get angry and, you know, I mean, I love your approach. You're very conscientious about not wanting to, you know, continue the battles and the fighting between each other and trying to bring people together. And that's a tough rope to walk. I mean, do you internally, are you just pissed about this? Or are you just like, you know, I'm gonna do what I can do? I mean, what is your emotional state as you take on battles stronger than anyone that I've seen, at least in that department? I mean, this book, The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health, which sold over 1 million copies with 0 features in mainstream media. You've got thousands of reviews, almost all 5 stars. It's all cited, it's all documented. And when I hear people say, well, he's a kook, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, you put more data here, not just you, but all the top doctors that have been, you know, just treated so horribly. I mean, their careers ruined, and what do they get for it? They're just trying to help people. And so, you know, I guess my question for you is, this is still happening. And is that, I mean, out of all the reasons that you're running for president, I mean, what are the main ones? What do you really hope to do?
I mean, well, you know, one of the reasons that this happened, you know, one of the reasons that inspired me to run was I see this chronic disease epidemic in our country. And we had, when my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. And today, and then by 1986, 11.8 had chronic disease. By 2006, 54% of kids had chronic disease. And we don't know what it is today because at that point, NIH stopped publishing the data. They do not want us to see this happening. And to me, it's the biggest thing that's happening right now. The cost of healthcare in this country, the cost of the military, you know, was supposed to go down to $200 billion a year after the wall came down in 1992. We were promised a peace dividend. It's now $1.3 trillion a year. But the cost of healthcare is $4.3 trillion, and 93% of that is chronic disease. These are new diseases, mostly. So by chronic disease, there's basically 4 categories. There's obesity. When my uncle was president, 6% of American kids were obese. Today, 42%, and 75 are overweight. American kids did not suddenly become lazy. They're being poisoned, mass poisoned, and by something. And we're all being lied to about it. And then neurological diseases, all these diseases that suddenly appeared in the early 90s. ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, tics, Tourette syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, autism. None of us ever heard of these diseases. When I was a kid, I worked at the dead center of the battle for rights for people with intellectual disabilities. My aunt, Eunice Shriver, started Special Olympics. I was working in it as a hugger and as a coach from when I was 8 years old. I worked for 200 hours in Wassaic Home for the Retarded when I was in high school because of that. This was part of our family DNA. And I never saw a kid with autism, full-blown autism. The CDC's data say that in my generation, today, right now, autism in 69-year-old men, 1 in 10,000. And in my children's generation, 1 in 34. So what happened? Well, Congress said to EPA, what year did the autism epidemic begin? EPA is a captive agency. It's captive by the oil industry, the coal industry, and the pesticide industry, but it's not captive by pharma because it doesn't regulate pharma. So they actually did a real study. And they came back and said 1989, it's a red line. That is the year the epidemic started. Well, a lot of other chronic disease epidemics started at that time as well. Allergies. I had 11 siblings, 70 cousins. I never knew anybody with a peanut allergy. Nobody prior to 89 heard of peanut allergies. And now there's EpiPens in every classroom. What happened? Something happened in 1989. And then eczema, nobody ever heard of eczema when I was a kid. Now it's everywhere. All these allergic diseases, anaphylaxis, asthma. My brother had asthma. He was told by his doctor that there will never be a cure for asthma because it's so rare nobody will ever study it. Well, today, 1 out of every black kid in an urban area has asthma. And then the autoimmune disease, 120 autoimmune diseases that we never heard of, juvenile diabetes, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, all of this stuff that nobody ever heard of, and suddenly it's everywhere. And why is nobody asking, where is it coming from? So the pharma is, of course, making money on it. That $4.3 trillion, the 93% of that goes for $600 EpiPens, albuterol inhalers, anti-seizure medications, insulin syringes. They're cashing in on it. And NIH right now, instead of doing science and asking the one question they should be asking, where is it coming from? Instead, they have changed the purpose of that agency to become an incubator for new pharmaceutical drugs, which they keep half of. So the Moderna vaccine, NIH owns half that vaccine. They get half the royalties. They're making tens of billions of dollars on it. And there are 6 individuals at NIH who have margin rights to the patent, who are each collecting $150,000 a year forever from that vaccine. And so these naturally, the mercantile ambitions of the individuals and the agency subsume the regulatory function of those agencies. And I'm going to end that. And I'm going to go over there during the first week. I'm going to go over to Bethesda my first week in office, and I'm going to get all of the big wigs from NIH together, and I'm going to say, NIH gives away $42 billion a year, and it gives it to 56,000 scientists or universities all over the country, and what they're doing now is mainly developing pharmaceutical drugs to treat the chronic disease epidemic. And if anybody tries to study, well, where is it coming from? They get a threat from NIH. Do not study that. And NIH can bankrupt their college. NIH can bankrupt any medical school in the country simply by not giving the $300 million a year that medical school is getting every year from NIH to study cures and treatments for chronic disease. So I'm going to go down there and I'm going to say we're going to give infectious disease a break and drug development a break. And we're going to, for the next 8 years, we're going to figure out Where's the chronic? Why are our kids the sickest kids in the world? Why do we have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world? Why do we have the highest 4 times, highest healthcare costs in the world and the worst outcomes? Why are we 79th in the world behind Mongolia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Costa Rica in healthcare? Why? Why did we have the highest body count from COVID on Earth? We had 16% of the COVID deaths in this country. We only have 4.2% of the global population. Why? Well, the CDC said part of it is just mismanagement. The other part is we have the highest chronic disease rate burden, and COVID was killing people with CDC said the average American who died from chronic disease, from COVID, had 3.8 chronic diseases. So they had diabetes, they had asthma, they had obesity, and one more. That's what was killing people. It was not COVID. COVID pushed them off the cliff, but the chronic disease got them to the top of the cliff with 1 foot over. So I'm going to go down there and I'm going to say, we're going to identify, I'll just shut up,
we can go a little bit more if you want.
There's a famous toxicologist in New York named Phil Landrigan, and I have used him on many, many cases. He's a genius, and he's very careful now about hanging out with me because, the association could hurt his reputation. But Phil Landrigan has done a series of studies to say, yeah, something happened in 1989. And what could it be? You need to find, we know it's not genes. Genes don't cause epidemics. Genes can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. So what was it? What environmental toxins are there that are in the category of suspects that became ubiquitous around 1989? That affected every demographic from Cubans in Key Biscayne, Miami to Inuit in Alaska, and that impact boys on neurological injuries at a 4-to-1 ratio to girls. What is there that could be that? And he's come on with about 13 or 14 things that it could possibly be. One of those is glyphosate from Roundup. That fits that timeline perfectly. Another is atrazine, which is another pesticide, which is now in 63% of the water systems in the country, neonicotinoid pesticides. Same thing, PFOAs and PFASs, the forever chemicals that were put around that timeline in all of our furniture and all of our children's pajamas. They're flame retardants. Wi-Fi radiation from cell phones. Ultrasound radiation. Some of these things, to me, are not suspects, but they have to be treated as suspects so we can eliminate them. High fructose corn syrup, which clearly is part of the explanation for the obesity and the diabetes epidemic. So there's a small universe, and we have all the data we need already to figure out who's doing it. And what I'll do is I'll go down there and say, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to find out. And then the vaccine schedule, which went in 1989, we went from 3 vaccines to 72 vaccines. 3 vaccines I got as a kid. My kids got 72, mandated. So, and the big change here was 1989. So that has to be a suspect too. So it's probably all of them, or a large part of them. Our kids are now swimming around in a toxic soup, and they're getting all of these exposures that operate along the same biological pathways, and they're probably cumulative. But let's find out, and then let's eliminate them. And you can say to me, well, even if you find out it's high fructose corn syrup, by the way, if you drink Coca-Cola, you should drink Mexican Coke and not, this stuff at the high fructose. If let's say we find out it's high fructose corn syrup, what can you do about it? There's a million farmers who are tied in that industry. There's big industrial behemoths like Cargill and Monsanto and these huge players. You can never change it, but you can. The same way that we did with Roundup. We got Roundup taken out of all home gardening because once there's a certain critical mass of science, you can get past this threshold in the courts called the Daubert threshold, where you're allowed to take that case to a jury. If there's about 15 studies that say the same thing, you have animal studies, bench studies, human studies, they all say, at some point the judge will say, yeah, you can take this case to a jury. There's enough, well, I'm gonna create the science. And at that point, you don't need to change the regulations because the plaintiff's bar will go out there and vindicate that product and get it off the market for that purpose. So anyway, that's the long answer to your question.
No, so I've studied marketing and promotions most of my adult life and used that for business, and also now with Genius Recovery, my foundation, trying to get my objective there is to change the global conversation about how people view and treat addicts with compassion instead of judgment, and find the best forms of treatment that have efficacy and share it with the world. And just earlier today, we announced we're going to launch a recovery kit to help people with that. And so I think a lot about packaging, and you've got so many studies and so much data and so much research in your book, The Real Anthony Fauci, that I communicated to Tony from Skyhorse, the publisher, to create like cards and decks of all of the information in a shareable form, kind of like an Eckhart Tolle meditation deck or tarot cards, but with all of this data so that people can take it in sound bites. Because I don't know how all of this research that you have in here exists, and Anthony Fauci is still walking around a free man. Like when Elon Musk said, arrest Anthony Fauci, what is going on? And I'd be curious of, some of these people that seem like the just ultimate James Bond villains, that they just want to watch the world burn, and it's just crazy to me. So how is someone like that, who, in Bill Gates, I didn't have any idea just how behind, I'd love for you, because here we are, a lot of people have probably no idea when they hear me, Bill Gates, I met him in 2006 at All Things Digital. I used to admire him. I thought he was this incredible businessman. And when you see what he's actually doing and what he's funding, and there's so much of it that it gets past the point of coincidence. This person has an agenda. Like, what are some things, I'd love for you to just rattle off some things about Bill Gates, because you know so much about what he's doing and what he funds.
Yeah, one of the things that I do in this book, first of all, the book's been through, I think, probably about 15 to 20 editions, and in the first edition, and all of them, I have a note in the beginning that says, if you find a mistake in this book, we want to hear about it, and we will then change it in subsequent editions. I don't want to be pushing information that is wrong. People accuse me, including the government, of passing on misinformation. My organization has probably the best fact-checking resources in the country. We have a team of 350 PhD scientists, MD physicians, who are part of our scientific advisory team, and including, until he died recently, Luc Montagnier, who won the Nobel Prize for discovering the HIV virus in 1983. And none of these people would be part of our team if we were promoting misinformation. In fact, what we now know from the Twitter files is that when the White House was telling Twitter to remove me, and Instagram, which they did, Facebook actually pushed back and said, what he's saying is actually true. It's not misinformation. And they had to invent a new term called malinformation, which is information that is true, but it is nevertheless inconvenient for the government. And so, what I invite people to find an error. There's 2,200 footnotes, and there's the new book that comes out today, I think, on the Wuhan cover-up has 3,300. What I never try to do is to look into Bill Gates' head or to Anthony Fauci's head, because I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why they made these decisions. I can show these patterns of behavior that were tremendously cynical and self-interested. And I can show that they knew or had reason to know the injuries that they were causing, the faults in the science, like remdesivir, which both Gates was one of the owners, biggest owners of Gilead. And we can document that Fauci knew that remdesivir was going to kill people, and that was going to kill more people than it helped. And that he changed the study, altered the study outcomes 3 separate times to make it appear that it was effective, and then got that approved as the only approved treatment for COVID. And it's probably one of the reasons we had the highest death rate in this country. But I can show that again and again, but I don't look into his head and say, here's what he was doing, here what he was thinking, because I don't know. And I only write things that I can document. And so, what I would urge people to do is read, a chapter or two and, make up their own mind.
Read it or listen.
By the way, what we did here is we put, with each footnote, there's a QR code so that you can, on your phone, you can look up that study right there while you're reading. You don't have to go someplace. I think it's the first book that did that. And so every study, all those 2,200 studies that are in there, or quotes or whatever, while you're reading the book, in real time, you can go to that study and look at the source document.
Yeah, and it is amazing. And what's even more is just how many copies of this you sold, where there was so much attempts to, there was no PR, nothing was talking about it, and you sold over 1 million copies. I think it's like 1.5 million or something at this point. All right, so would you guys like to take a picture with Bobby in a little bit? Okay, we'll do that quickly. So let me ask you a couple more things. First off, I want to give you an opportunity. What have I not asked you, or anything that you feel would be really useful for entrepreneurs to hear? I mean, you're running for president. I mean, this has got to be, you grew up in a family though. I mean, this has got to be one of the most stressful things, but maybe it's just the environment you grew up in and you're built for this. I don't know.
I mean, I have not, I felt very peaceful about this, what I'm doing. There's not been any time, weirdly, since I launched this campaign, that I've said, I wish I hadn't done this, or what the heck am I doing? I've had that experience with other stuff, like when I do there's many times when I, like in rock climbing, or when I do a whitewater, a stretch of sort of hairy whitewater, there's a lot of times where I've said, why am I doing this, But I've never had one of those moments with this, and my wife is happy, and I think my kids are happy and proud of me. But what I tried to do is not project about things, but just to live one day at a time, to do my best, and then to let the outcome is in God's hands. I came out of the environmental movement, and I saw a lot of people who were. If you're in the environmental movement, every victory that you have is temporary, and every defeat is permanent. You destroy, extinguish a species, you're not getting them back. You destroy a sacred piece of land and, pave it over, and it's never coming back. And what I watched during those years was a lot of people who were advocates, who were friends of mine, who just got soul crushed because they'd give their lives to preserve a creek or a resource or a piece of land. They'd see it destroyed and they would just withdraw and go into isolation and lose hope. And I just said, I'm not going to ever let that happen to me. I'm going to, I don't have any control over what happens ultimately. That is in God's hands. The only thing I control is this little piece of real estate inside my own shoes. And that's the only thing I can control. And I can get up every day and say, reporting for duty, sir, and then go forward and try to keep doing the next right thing, to put the to make my bed, to put the water in the ice tray before I put it in the freezer, to put the shopping cart back where the shopping cart is supposed to go, to do the. Just
Are you going out shopping right now?
One at a time.
Or is this a secret?
And that, and as long as I do that, I can be peaceful. And it makes, to me, it gives me power because because I feel like I cannot be defeated, and no matter what kind of blow that I get dealt, I'm going to get up again, and I'm going to fight because I've detached from the outcomes. I don't have expectations. I try not to, so that I'll never have disappointments. And that, I think, it makes me a much more effective advocate for people.
Yeah, I mean, you put out a video on Thanksgiving about gratitude that I thought was just absolutely incredible. And, I never really studied or followed politics that much. I would talk to my friends that did prior to the pandemic happening. And then I really started, it was a giant wake-up call of, wow, who's really running things? I have no idea who's actually running the country right now. It certainly is not Joe Biden, but if not that this would ever happen, but if it did, if Joe Biden or Donald Trump came to you and asked you for advice, what would you tell them?
I would give them advice. I'd say you should get out of this race.
That's a great soundbite right there. That's really good. Wow. So, this is, with all our flaws and the flaws of our founding fathers, I still believe the great American experiment is worth fighting for. And you're taking on one hell of a battle here. And what sort of help or support do you need the most right now?
Well, I mean, the most support we need right now is financial support. I have to get on because I'm not running in a political party, I have to get on the ballot in all 50 states, and that means 1 million signatures, different configurations of signatures. And on average, it's going to cost us about $14 or $15 a signature, so I need to raise $15 million. And you can do that from big donors, if you get one big donor, and I need that, that can give to the super PAC. But the campaign itself has to do the ballot access. And so the top donation, the maximum donation under federal law is $6,600. And I need to raise in $6,600 increments, I need to raise $15 million to do that. And then, people who will volunteer, go to Kennedy24.com, and if you have anything, if you have resources, intellectual resources, advice, whatever, I'd love to hear from you. But mainly right now, I need to raise money for our ballot fight.
Okay. I was having lunch today with some of the group, and a woman had said to me about protection and why have you not been granted security protection by the president? And this was put in place because your father was assassinated and you still have not gotten it. And she had mentioned, what can we do to help with that? Who do you send an email to? What do you do to get you protection? Because you're paying for your own security right now.
Yeah, I mean, people can send, an email to the White House. As you said, the candidates, historically, the candidates did not get Secret Service protection until after the conventions. And then when my dad was killed in '68, and I was with him at that time, they immediately provided Secret Service protection to all the other candidates, to George McGovern, George Wallace, Hubert Humphrey, et cetera, who were running at the same time. And then Congress passed a law that said every candidate is, as long as they exceed a certain metric, which I've exceeded for 6 months, is entitled to Secret Service protection 120 days prior to the general election. But in practice, the president can provide it to anybody on request, and I'm the first candidate in history who has requested it and not been provided. I've had a number of credible death threats, including 3 break-ins at my house, and a guy who showed up trying to get to me in the green room prior to his speech in Los Angeles, who I have a security team that spotted him because he had fake U.S. Marshal badges, he had fake federal ID, and then he was carrying a lot of concealed weapons. He had 2 shoulder holsters with full magazines, and then he had a lot of weapons in a backpack, including a laser scope pistol with full magazines, a lot of extra magazines, guns and stuff. My team detained him, held him for the police. He was trying to find me, and the police then arrested him. He said that he wanted to find me for a job interview, so then. But my uncle, Ted Kennedy, when he ran in 1980, he was given Secret Service protection by President Carter, and they didn't like each other. They really had a lot of personal antipathy toward each other, but Carter gave him Secret Service protection 450 days out. And Obama received it 450 days out. I think 30, maybe over 30 candidates have received it before the 120 days. Jesse Jackson, Mitt Romney, almost anybody that you can name received it early. So it's standard to provide it early. But I think they know that I have to, $1 out of every $3 that I raise is going to my security team. So I think the White House is playing hardball and is, has decided that they're going to try to hurt me financially, which is not really in the spirit of democracy. Because when my father became Attorney General in 1961, the first day at work, he called all of the upper staff of the Justice Department, and he said to them, "We have one rule, we're never going to politicize this agency. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, you're treated equally under the law, and I don't want to hear any even rumors that people are giving favoritism to somebody, who's a Democrat." And that, people believe in the institutions of our country because we've consistently had leaders who have respected that. And in the last couple of years, we've seen this erosion where a lot of the federal enforcement agencies are being politicized. And I would say, that politicizing the Secret Service is not a good look. We're supposed to be the exemplary democracy in the world, and to say that if you don't like somebody's politics, if they're a political threat, you're not going to give them protection is not, it's just not good for our democracy.
Yeah, okay. What is the most significant or impactful life decision you think you've ever made?
Oh, I'd have a hard time with that. My marriage is one. I wouldn't say that I decided to have kids because it just happens, this is one, running in this race is definitely life-changing.
And how do you handle the criticism and the attacks on you? How do you process that?
I process it by because I was raised in a milieu where we all believed that we would, that our lives would somehow be consumed in some great controversy, and that it would be a privilege for us if we were to be able to take an important part in that. And I think I understood from when I was a kid that if you're going to do anything important with your life, that people are going to attack you, and that you're going to get criticism, you're going to lose friends, you're going to lose relationships, that there's going to be, there's going to be a hero's journey where you go through these tremendous hardships, where you go through the valley of death, you feel you're completely alone at some points, and that's part of, if you didn't go through that, it would not be very important. So I feel like, whatever I go through is is a privilege to be able to, to do something that's important, and it's just part of it. And then I also, I feel tremendously loved by my wife and by my children and by my friends who are important to me. And I feel like, everybody else is kind of playing. We're all walking through kind of a dream, right? And that, life is a dream and that we have to treat it like that. We have to ultimately be indifferent to some of the defeats that we suffer, some of the criticism, the injuries, the wounds that we suffer. We have to get to a place where we're indifferent about it. There's a famous, I don't know how famous it is, but it's a story about a monk who was whose monastery was invaded by a warlord in China. All the other monks fled. And that the warlord approached this monk who was meditating and tried to talk to him, and he ignored the warlord. And finally, the warlord gets irritated, and he says to the monk, he says, "Don't you know that I could run you through with my sword without blinking an eye?" And the monk says to him, "Don't you know that I could be run through with your sword without blinking an eye?" And ultimately, that's kind of the objective where we all want to be spiritually, where we're indifferent to the personal consequences of everything that we do, and that we live our lives for higher purposes. And, in the Buddhist tradition, the word nirvana means putting out the fire. And that means the fire of ambition, of pride, of anger, of desire, and all of these things that we're supposed to view as just clouds that pass over us, and that we take an interest in them, but ultimately are, indifferent. And we all go through, difficulties in our lives, and we have to be able to weather those difficulties without being crushed in our soul or without being ultimately affected by it, and just focus on what we do, and what the choices that we actually get to make. That's ultimately the only thing that's important.
Thank you. We've got another evening session, but thank you.
Thank you very
Robert
much.
F. Kennedy Jr., everyone, and
thank you all very much.
Here's his book. Oh, picture over here. Let's do a picture. We'll do this with the book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. Before we talk to RFK Jr., letting you know that I am going to be in Erie, Pennsylvania at the Warner Theater June 28th, 2024, assuming I don't die in childbirth. Then I will be in Las Vegas, Nevada, July 6th, 2024, performing at the Mirage. It will be all new material about how a vampire tore through my body. We'll see. Not sure. I'm taking some time off to write some brand new material for y'all. And then after that, I'm going to be in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, July 17th, 2024 at the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival. Bert Kreischer will also be there. I also have a new special out. It's on of.tv/Whitney. Don't overthink it. TV/Whitney. You're going to see my brand new stand-up special, uncensored, free. Please enjoy. Bap, bap, bap. Oh, shalom. Here we go. Bap, bap, bap. It's a big day. Presidential hopeful Robert Kennedy Jr. is on the podcast. Look, I was going to do an open where I was like defensive, like, I know you guys may have read that he did this and I get up and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a big defensive open because that would imply that we don't have dope listeners of this podcast, okay? You guys get it. You want to hear anti-establishment, anti-corruption, smart people talk. I don't think any of you believe in silencing presidential candidates, right? You're not a bunch of snitchy dorks, so I'm not going to do that. But if you are listening and you're like, RFK, spread some vaccine, methamphetamine, okay. Even if that's true, let's say it's true, how do you know? How do you know? This drives me nuts. Someone will be like, he said the vaccines caused the misinformation. And you're like, what? Did you have to step away from your microscope to make this point? Like, how do you know, Dale, who works in marketing at Dick's Sporting Goods? How would you know, Amber, who's never read a book in her life? Really? You're gonna shut down this conversation at a party, Taylor, who fell off a bird scooter last week high on edibles. So you're the authority on vaccines? Like, when I ask people, like, about this, and they'll be like, no, I went on the New York Times. The New York Times told me. The gay blog? So, I mean, it's just, you trust the news site who on its Twitter feed will post the death toll of children in Gaza, then 2 tweets later will post about a new twist on avocado toast. Like, I'm not trying to come for the New York Times, but they did just hire a journalist who praised Hitler. I don't know. Okay. You're right. I'm not trying to come for the New York Times. All right. It's just that all of these news organizations are funded by the very corporations he criticizes. So it's all a little fishy if you ask me. It's like airport sushi level fishy. So I feel like, who cares what you like? Be honest. Just let's be honest with ourselves. No one knows anything. Okay. You know, this is my forever take on everything. And if you just listen to like sound bites, you would think that RFK says like this vaccines. No, he totally dimensionalized this argument. He did say that in 1989, vaccine schedule increased, but he also said there was a ton of other variables. Cell phones started, Roundup chemicals were introduced, GMOs. He says that it could be a bunch of variables in terms of the autism thing. Okay. 1989 was a year where a bunch of new stuff came into the mix, could have caused an increase, could have been anything. Maybe Bill Cosby's roofies got into the water supply. It could have been anything. He's not saying it's that. It's just, I know it's hard to listen to long conversations. It's hard to listen to anything they can't fit into a TikTok in a minute. I get it, but there's too many variables to know. And don't blame me. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Blame your simulator, who has been called to dinner by his mom and who dropped the remote from the years 2021 to 2023. Hopefully he comes back to the couch soon and doesn't get distracted by the pop-up ad on the screen for a fleshlight. We might lose another couple years. And I'm just saying, if you disagree with RFK, you have to admit that it is cool that he's been going after corporations for like 40 years or something. He's the only person with the audacity to say that Big Pharma should not advertise on television, which I agree, it is a wild conflict of interest. But more importantly, their commercials suck. They make shitty commercials. Big Pharma commercials, first of all, they're like 3 minutes long. And why am I watching a white woman in a vest in a canoe? Like, if your medication is going to make me want to be a canoe person, that is the number one problematic side effect of this pill. Like, hair loss, low libido, I can handle that. But if this medication makes me want to get into a canoe, I mean, every one of these commercials are insane. Like, according to Big Pharma, everyone who takes Valtrex ends up hysterically laughing on a hike. Like, why is everyone in every pharma ad just outside maniacally laughing? Like, get inside. Like, I just cured my rosacea. Now I've got all this free time to go out and get Lyme disease and push my wife off a cliff. Just stay inside, everyone. Go back to studying the vaccine. Since everyone's a scientist now, go back to your vaccine research because Twitter needs you. Anyway, I don't normally weigh in on politics, and don't panic. I'm not going to weigh in on politics on the podcast with RFK Jr. We kind of talk about, it doesn't get too into the weeds, but I do think it is safe to say that the two-party system is broken. Like, I mean, a qualm that people have with him right now is they'll be like, he's going to take votes from Democrats and Republicans. Is that bad? Maybe they need some competition. Maybe they need to step up. Maybe a third-party person will make them have to actually run candidates who aren't 200 years old. RFK is going to steal votes. Okay. Like, you mean some voters aren't going to have to choose the least worst? Also, why do they even call it a Republican Party or Democratic Party? There's not a lot to celebrate right now. They should call it like the Democratic cult and the Republican hoedown. debutante. I don't know. I don't understand why our only options for presidents are either the tannest people on earth or the palest people on earth. All the Republican candidates, they look like shiny Hannibal Lecter, and the Democrats all look like vegans who have scurvy. Can anyone just be in the middle? I guess I'm a middle person now. I'm in the middle, and that's not a cop-out. It's not fun to be in the middle, okay? It's like being the middle person in a human centipede. Either way, it sucks shit. Also, when it comes to like the left and the right, like, all of the right-wing politicians and left-wing politicians are friends, right? Like, that's the thing no one talks about, is that the politicians on both sides, they live in the same places. They have vacation homes in the same places. They're all in the Hamptons or in Connecticut. Like, a huge Democratic politician lives right next door to a huge Republican. They share a gardener that they both pay $3 an hour. They get each other's Amazon packages. Like Nancy Pelosi's like, hey, Donald, I got your Sally Hansen self-tanner again. Do you want me to just throw it over? You know what? Let me text Bezos right now to tell us to stop mixing up our packages, that silly goose. And if you have the formaldehyde I ordered, can you let me know? Because I need to reapply it soon. Don't want to start disintegrating before this hot stock tip comes in. P.S. Hey, make sure to invest in Hewlett Packard. Trust me. They just made a 3D printer that prints babies. They loan each other boats when they need to kill the spouse. They share a Skippy for their boats. They'll be like, are you using our Skippy this weekend, or can I get the Skippy? I'm just saying. They're all friends, okay? But they all, right and left, seem to be mad at Robert Kennedy Jr., which makes me think he's doing something right. Is that a psycho thing to think? I just feel like most Americans have to choose the least worst candidate now, and also, politics is like, it's just become sports. It's like sports for dorks at this point. It's like us versus them. Like, it's like if you're a Jets fan and you meet a Patriots fan, automatically you're mad at them. It's like with the left and the right. It's like, he's a Republican. Is that really how you define a person, by their political party? I don't do that. I define people in a way that actually dimensionalizes them, not based on whether they're a Republican or a Democrat, based on whether they have a Samsung or an iPhone. I don't really care how you vote. As long as we have the same color bubble, we're cool. So just for context, he did come into my house and he actually said something that no one's ever said to me that's come to my house. He was like, how come you don't have any family photos anywhere?
He's like, you don't live here, do you?
Why? He was like, is this like a stage house? It's like, no, this is my house. He's like, there's no family photos. Is that not the saddest thing you've ever heard in your life? I mean, I didn't know what to say. I was speechless. I was like, no, but we have I have like pots on shelves. Like, what goes to family photos? Like, what is love? Like, what is a family? Like, I was at a loss. Like, where do family photos go? I feel like they go to piano. I don't have a piano. Like, should I have photos of, everyone's either dead or suing me. You know what I mean? Should I frame lawsuit letter? I guess I could have my mom's urn out. Yeah. I would match all the other pots. He seemed really bummed. He seemed kind of like he's like, are you okay? Like, he's like, this is the loneliest house I've ever seen, is basically what he.
I would imagine anyone who grew up a Kennedy is just overwhelmed with family photos on the wall.
I bet. Yeah, we don't do a lot of photo evidence in our family. We don't want anyone to know that we cross paths. We don't want any proof. This is all like evidence in future lawsuits. We don't do a lot of pictures. But yeah, I guess I never thought about that until now. It was the first thing he noticed.
Well, the first thing he wanted to talk to you about.
I know. He's like, why don't you have any family photos? I was like, because then it's going to take up all the space and I can't have the dog figurines and the David Bowie figurine, and where are the horse statues gonna go? This is cluttered up with a bunch of people that love me.
You're like, what 13-year-old girl do you know that has family photos all over their room?
It was kind of heartbreaking. Yeah, I guess he also has like 100 cousins.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, their family and their family history is
that's
their whole thing, is the photos that reinforce the dynasty.
My family's not big on admitting we know each other or cavort in any capacity. We don't frame photos, we frame each other. Oh gosh. I felt so bad for him, like that he had to point it, like he was just like, should I tell her? He was totally just like flabbergasted. I've never seen someone have that kind of reaction to my house before. He was like trying to say like, are you okay? But he was just like, where are the family photos? All right. Does anyone want to send me some photo? You know what? I could just buy frames and just leave, it always comes with a photo of someone.
They seem like nice people.
Yeah. Like it's like a black and white photo. I'll just like get some photos from like the Hallmark store or what's it called? The precious moments.
Tender moments.
I don't even know where to buy.
Aaron Brothers.
Aaron Brothers. I don't even know where to buy photo frames to put photos in. But so if you would like to DM me some photos of your family and Photoshop me in, I'd really appreciate it. So we don't have to weird anyone else out, because I am in the market for a family, so that I can put photos around my house so I don't have to see the sadness on someone else. I mean, it did bum him out. I can't stop thinking about it. Okay, here he is, RFK. This show is brought to you by BetterHelp. Why? Because, well, I host it. I can't say enough good things about what therapy has done for me in my life. I literally wrote a book about it, okay? I had a condition called codependence, where I used to waste a lot of my time doing things out of obligation. I felt guilty saying no to people. I confused love and pity. I felt guilt when I stood up for myself. I was scared of authority figures. I tried to make other people, like me instead of just focusing on liking myself. In short, I was a wreck, folks. I also put other people's needs before my own. How do you think I got pregnant? I'm just kidding. I was always taking care of everybody else, but not taking care of myself. I wasn't eating well. I was texting and driving because I just had to text back that friend who was breaking up with her married boyfriend for the 4th time. It was all just nonsense, I tell you. Therapy helped me realize that I got these behaviors honestly. Therapy helped me rewire my brain, helped me make better decisions. And now I have 6 comedy specials and a kid on the way. You too can have it all, folks. Holidays are coming up, and that is really when things get a little bit wobbly, even if you have done a lot of therapy. Grief comes up, pressure to socialize, give gifts to people that I don't even like, perfectionism around the tree. But look, I am still at the point where I let people come over to help decorate the tree, and as soon as they leave, I redo the whole thing. That will never change. That is just who I am. No amount of therapy is going to make me let people do a sloppy ass tree. But I am going to double down on therapy this holiday season as a gift to the people I love. So if you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Whitney today and get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Whitney.
I do think this house is unusual because you don't live here, right?
I live here.
Oh, you do?
Yes, sir.
There's no personal pictures or photos or
Of the house, you mean?
Of
Oh,
you.
in the house.
Yeah. Do you have a family or?
I actually didn't even put that together. That is really sad.
It seems like a show house.
It does seem staged, doesn't it?
Like a stage that. Yeah,
it's so. Like, I mean, we're on opposite.
You want me to come and help you?
You have 1,000 photos, I bet, on every piano in your.
Well, I have a store because Cheryl doesn't like clutter, and although we have some big walls in our house, we don't have I have framed signatures from all the presidents in different frames. And, stuff like that, my family stuff, hundreds and hundreds of photos. But almost none of it is up at my house because Cheryl does not like clutter.
I do have a complicated relationship with my family, lost both parents relatively recently. But yeah, I think I tried to do sanctuary vibe in there, and then this is my Pee-wee's Funhouse chaos.
Yeah, this room looks.
It's always good to have, like, I feel like one room to just put all your clutter in. It's just the clutter room. But yeah, no, you really did just make me take a good hard look at myself on that. But because I know you have a heart out, and I do not want to waste your time, but just want to start with saying, you've been doing a lot of podcasts. I'm sorry about these comedians. I apologize.
I had a great, Tim Dillon and Theo, I know you're buddies with him.
Good buddies.
Yeah, and Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee, which, by the way, I listened to it last night just to be like, let me make sure I'm not asking any of the same questions.
Yeah, that's not a good thing to listen to.
And then I come up at the end. He's like, yeah, I'm friends with Whitney Cummings. We show each other our genital. I was like, wait, hold on. That has never happened, first of all. Can I hire you to sue him for me? That is blasphemy, and I will not participate.
Oh, I can't believe we went to the same elementary school.
So weird.
But, of course, decades apart.
In Georgetown, I went to Holy Trinity, Our Lady of Victory, and then graduated from St. Andrews.
I went to Our Lady of Victory. Wouldn't it be weird if some of the teachers that I had... Miss
Yes.
Cooligan, was she still there?
Oh, I don't think so. But that would be such a trip.
Yeah. I was at that point in my life, I was really, I would say, non-compass mentis. I think I was so ADHD that I could not even understand what, it just sounded like audible chaos coming out of the teacher's mouths. And I would sit there and you could look at the MacArthur Reservoir. And there were black vultures and turkey vultures and herring gulls and all of these animals that I was interested in. And I would just sit there all day and watch those birds. And I think I was the lowest person in my class until I started taking drugs. And I think I was self-medicating.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to the top of my class. In ninth grade, I started, self-medicating. And I went, and suddenly I could sit still and I could concentrate with heroin.
Okay, nice.
Nice, right?
Yeah, I was just listening to, there's a Harvard scientist who talks about microdosing heroin, and it really helps with his focus.
That's not a good idea.
No, for sure not.
It also doesn't last. The microdose part. It allowed me to focus. It calmed down my mind, and I could read for the first time. And then I just became a, voracious reader. But before that, I had like a squirrels, in my head.
And it's fascinating because I'm almost 8 months pregnant now. And sorry, I was moving a little slow this morning trying to get you in.
Well, you look very svelte.
And so I don't want to ask you any questions that you've been asked a million times. Can I start on a little bit of a positive note? Like, can I just say, what is America doing well right now? Long beat.
Well, there are certain areas that I think we still are kind of world leader on. We probably build the best aircraft in the world. I think we still do innovation better than anybody else. Silicon Valley and Boston and these innovation centers where you have this extraordinary, very, very Americanized entrepreneurial ferment. So we're on the cutting edge. We don't build the microchips, but we design them, and we do all of that kind of, innovation is done in America. And then, there's a lot of really interesting things happening kind of on the margins that are directly related to the freedom of this country. One of those is integrative medicine and functional medicine. There's just this explosion of innovation and knowledge. And again, it's not coming from the established institutions. It's coming from, people.
Mm-hmm.
Very smart people who have chosen to have been relegated to the margins and are figuring out ways to heal disease and to avoid disease and to build your immune system and, to restore health. The same thing is happening in regenerative agriculture. And, you're seeing these, again, it's not coming from the centralized institutions, which are all broken.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming from individuals operating outside of the system. And this is something you won't see in China. because of the way that, they don't have that kind of freedom. So people don't feel like they have permission to think for themselves and to do something unusual and to break down barriers. And I think we still have that in this country. And I think it's ultimately that's going to be the key to our recovery as a nation and as a moral center in the world.
I've seen Shark Tank. I know all about this.
Exactly. Mark Cuban.
I see a lot of people sort of online and memes talking about sort of the Constitution and, it was written at a time where things were different and da da da. If you could magically just wave a wand and add or amend an amendment or change the Constitution, what would you do?
I guess I'd put a little addendum on every amendment saying there's no pandemic exception. There's no exceptions. I think we saw that. Ultimately, the Constitution only works if people believe in it, and see it as as a moral milestone, a moral document. And I think the shocking thing during the pandemic was how people were willing to just all of the amendments basically came under attack. The First Amendment, we saw censorship for the first time, government ordained censorship. We then saw freedom of worship. We saw every church in the country closed for a year.
And also something that I just must say, self-censorship, I think also counts. Just this fear of if I say something.
Oh yeah, well that happened too. That's not actionable.
Yes,
well,
right.
It's actionable when the White House is telling Twitter, you censor Robert Kennedy, or you censor Dr. McCulloch, or you censor Dr. Corey, or we're going to pull your Section 230 immunity and destroy your company, which is exactly what happened. And anybody who doubts that description should go look at Judge Doughty's decision, 155-page decision of my case is now in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. It's called Missouri versus Biden and Kennedy versus Biden. They're consolidated. Oh, that's never happened before. And then they went after freedom of religion. They closed all the churches, no scientific citation, no public hearings, no environmental impacts. All of the kind of the indicia of democracy were simply abandoned. And then they went after the third part of the First Amendment, which is freedom of assembly. They mandated social distancing, and they began punishing people who were demonstrating, et cetera. And they went after Fifth Amendment property rights. They shut down every business in our country, 3.3 million businesses, with no due process, no just compensation. They went after jury trials. Seventh Amendment guarantees jury trial in any matter to any citizen in the United States cannot be denied the right of a trial before the jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25. That's what the amendment says. That's it. There's no pandemic exception. And yet, anybody who is involved in a countermeasure, they got rid of jury trials if no matter how negligent they are, no matter how badly injured you are, no matter how reckless their behavior, no matter how toxic the ingredients or shoddy their testing, you can't sue them. And and then they got rid of the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures. You have to give your medical information before you go into a building, a public building or whatever. That's never happened before. So and by the way, the framers of the Constitution knew all about epidemics. There were two epidemics during the American Revolution. One of them, a malaria epidemic that decimated the armies of Virginia. And there was a smallpox epidemic that absolutely froze the Army of New England at a very critical time. In fact, at that time, Benedict Arnold conquered Montreal. So he made it into the inner city. He took the city. We owned it for a day, but he couldn't hold it because his troop strength was so depleted by smallpox. Wow. He had to retreat out of the city.
Wow.
And otherwise, Canada today would be part of the United States. And all the framers knew that.
Wow.
So, and between the end of the revolution and the ratification of the Bill of Rights, there were epidemics in every city. There were smallpox, cholera, malaria epidemics, yellow fever. that killed tens of thousands of people. Almost everybody who was part of the Constitutional Convention, their lives and their families were touched by those epidemics.
But they just didn't put it in writing.
And yet they didn't say, they didn't put an epidemic exception next to, on anything. They didn't say these amendments only are good unless there's an epidemic.
Unless Bill Gates predicted an epidemic.
Yeah, exactly.
This makes me so angry when I hear about this, and then I go, okay, I got to vote. I just got to inform myself. Something I really bump on is the fact that our election day is not a holiday. Is that something that you think, who does it serve? Why does it serve? Sorry to be tinfoil hat guy. I just go, oh, great. Poor people can't vote. People that don't have cars can't vote. People that have jobs and can't afford babysitters can't vote. Should voting be a national holiday?
I would say that. I haven't thought about it, but I would say that's a good idea, of course.
It's wild to me that it's not, and it seems like it serves people who can afford to take the day off, or people that,
Yeah.
have
No, it's a good point.
basically more resources. What about age limits on the Supreme Court? Am I ageist?
I'm not for age limits. I think, you might have competency tests or something like that, but age limits, because I know people who are 90 years old and who have cognitive capacity and the fluidity and lucidity of people who are in their 50s. So it's really, to me, it's more, that's a really individualized.
Yeah,
and you can't just say, people who try to impose age limits. So there's a lot of seniors in this country who vote, and they're offended by it, because a lot of them are like, I'm completely okay. Why are you going to make a law against me? Right?
Totally.
So it's like your driver's license. When you get to an age, you have to start getting tested.
Yeah, it's more like it's more, I work in the, rescuing exotic animal trafficking stuff, and there's something called founder syndrome, this God complex.
Yeah, I know what that is.
Where sort of the longer you've been in power, sort of the power corrupts your brain over long periods of time. It's not the age itself. It's kind of more sort of the power. At the end of the day, there was a great article in The Atlantic about what power does to the brain. Can I ask you real quick, just in terms of, you've been so open about your sobriety, and so many people are so grateful for that. As I said, I'm in a 12-step program, and in our 12-step programs, we do something called a 10th step every night, where we go do our inventory of what we're resentful for, maybe where we owe an apology if it's due, where we need to forgive somebody. What's coming up in your 10th step these days in terms of resentments that you might need to turn over?
I'm pretty good about not hanging on to resentments.
You'd have to be to.
Yeah, I learned that really on it. There's two ways that most people process conflict and anger, and one of those ways is to internalize it and to turn it into a resentment, and that is like swallowing poison and hoping someone else will die. It's corrosive. And the other way is to externalize it and turn it into anger or rage, which then spreads it like ripples all across the globe. You get angry, you kick the dog bites somebody else. You get angry at your wife, she bitches at somebody at work, and it ripples across the globe. So neither of those is a good way to do it. And I think the technique for handling anger has to be learned by most people, that it doesn't come across. It's counterintuitive, which is that you go to the source of your anger, and then you explain how you feel about it, without pointing the finger, without using the word. I tell people, don't use the word you. Don't say you did this to me. Just say, that encounter we had, here's how I processed it. My feelings were hurt from it, or something, but without telling that person, you did this to me.
Yep.
So you say what you mean without saying it mean. And, and it's all technique, and it's something that you have to learn. But I have learned that over, 40 years and of, practicing those. So I clear up my my anger, any instance of that, very, very quickly. And I won't go to sleep at night holding resentment against somebody, or when I sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll have like almost like a dream state, or I wake up in the middle of the night and I go into this kind of contemplative twilight zone, when you're trying to get back to sleep. And I feel like God talks to me in those moments. And that during those moments, I'll think of something. Oh, you said this to this guy today and you were joking, but he probably took it, probably hurt him. So as soon as I figure that out, I make a call and I get rid of it. I neutralize it because I don't want to walk around with any of that stuff.
Could have handled that better. Hope that did. Yeah, I mean, it is such a miracle.
It's a miracle too, because another technique is to pray for somebody that that injures you. And I learned this really on in dealing with road rage. That if somebody gives you a finger on the road, I mean, I remember a time when I turned my car around and chased a guy for 12 miles from White Plains to Somers, or Salem exit
with no plan, no real plan.
No, but then I got into physical conflict with him on the top of the exit ramp when he got off. Then I go home and I'm driving home and I'm late for the appointments that I was supposed to do that day. And I have this rage in my head and the guy is living in my head rent free.
Mm-hmm.
And that stranger now controls the rest of my day and, controls my happiness and my, capacity to maximize my impact on the world and my feeling of well-being and all that. And so somebody told me when somebody does that to you on the highway or they cut you off or they did something, to immediately just say a prayer for them. And it was like a miracle because it just went away. And I'm sitting there saying, that's like a drug. You just do it and it goes away. And now you don't have to do anything. Now, I'm in control of my own life. I'm not handing control over to a total stranger. So that really helped me. And then in larger things, I had somebody who was a close friend of mine a couple of years ago who I helped this person in ways that were, I literally spent a year of my life doing something for this person that got him out of prison. And that person did something to me that was, that was not good. And I have not spent 1 minute feeling resentful or anger against I have a right to. I haven't because I've been able to manage I manage my anger in that way. And I'm not, I feel very loving towards them and very forgiving every day I spend a little time praying that good things happen to them. And what that does for me is it makes it that I never walk around with that bitterness inside of me.
Because whatever he did was ultimately self-harm because he lost you.
Whatever it was, the only way it can really hurt me is if I allow it to.
Mm-hmm.
And if I just send good energy toward him, then then it has no impact on me. And it's really been, to me, it's kind of like a hidden accomplishment for me because I was able to process this whole event without ever experiencing resentment or anger.
Something that, sounds like a platitude, but they really helped me in program to simplify the complicated brain of we forgive others not because they deserve forgiveness, but because we deserve peace.
Yeah.
So
well, that's really good. You just said what I said in 10 minutes. I should have just said that. Can I write that down?
Now, I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but I have recently become a fashion icon. I don't know. I've decided to become the Jackie O of comedy and pair my vintage gas station horse shirts with some very chic basics. I feel like a lot of brands I used to like for simple basics went insane and started bedazzling everything and losing their minds. So now I really only shop at flea markets or Quince because Quince has these I can't even tell you, these like amazingly classic styles that make you seem like you have way more class than you actually do. And suddenly I feel like I'm Shiv from Succession. I'm in a creamy taupe these days. I'm dabbling with a rustic brown, a steal your man, heather gray. Try and stop me. You can't. Quince offers a range of high-quality items with prices within reach, like 100% Mongolian cashmere sweaters from $50, washable silk tops, washable silk. You heard that, not high maintenance. You got to take it to the lady to wash for you. Silk tops, washable silk tops, dresses, cotton sweaters, and cozy pants. You know me, I also love gift giving. It's actually like a mental problem, but it can really add up. That's why this holiday season I'm shopping at Quince. Quince is my go-to place for luxury essentials and affordable prices for everyone on my list. Me particularly, I'm getting everybody luggage. Travel stuff. They have the cutest like fanny packs and like roller bags. Best part, all Quince items are priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands, so you're not getting conned or scammed by partnering directly with top factories. Quince cuts out the cost of the middleman and passes on the savings to us. And Quince only works with factories that use safe, ethical, responsible manufacturing practices and premium fabrics and finishes. You're not going to get your item and then have a bunch of children's sweat and blood on it. I love this about Quince. I got this, it's so cute. It's an eggshell white cashmere button-down sweater I've been pairing with this sundress that I had to just pull out of the washing thing because I've been wearing it forever. Look at how cute this brown is. This sundress, okay, I'm a total 90s dream girl all of a sudden. Look at this. I'm Winona Ryder in Reality Bites meets Liv Tyler in Empire Records. In my vanilla milkshake colored sweater that is bringing all the boys to the yard. And by yard, I mean YouTube comments section being like, wait, is Whitney my dream girl? And the answer is yes, I actually am. I'm classy, yet not intimidating. I'm fashionable, yet not desperate, because I was smart enough to shop at Quince. Get affordable luxury for everyone on your list with Quince. Go to quince.com/Whitney for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's Quince, Quince. Here's the label. Look how cute on my Quince dress. Quince, look how adorable. Quince.com/Whitney to get free shipping and 365-day returns. Sorry about the burping, but I'm classy, remember, because I wear beautiful brown tones. Quince.com/Whitney. Selling a little or selling a lot, Shopify helps you do your thing, however you cha-ching. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business, from the launch your online shop stage to the first real life store stage, all the way to the did we just hit 1 million orders stage. Shopify is where you are going to go grow. Shopify is where to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or offering outdoor outfits, Shopify helps you sell everywhere, from their all-in-one e-commerce platform to their in-person POS system. Wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify's got you covered. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to other leading commerce platforms, and sell more with less effort thanks to Shopify Magic, your AI-powered all-star. So what I love about Shopify is how no matter how big you grow, Shopify gives you everything you need to take control and take your business to the next level. Shopify is a total game changer because the interface is so easy. Even an idiot like me could figure it out. You all know that I have a book that I wrote. It's easy not only to sell the book, but also to update buyers with information about the book being late because, I don't know, some nightmare happens, and then I can send a message thanking them. It also tells me who bought the book and where, so I can start seeing patterns and change the way that I market. So it's like if a bunch of people are buying in Toledo this book, I go like, I should maybe go on tour in Toledo because all these people bought my book. There's so much feedback. There's such a way to take your business to the next level. It's genius. I love it. I don't know why you'd ever use anything else for something as important as your business. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, and Shopify is the global force behind Allbirds, Rothy's, and Brooklinen, 3 of my favorite brands, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way, because businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Whitney, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Whitney now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Whitney. Love you. When I first started going into the rooms, I was like, oh, God, I don't need this. These people are depressed. I'm too busy for that. You know, whatever, my ego really trying to find ways that I didn't need to be there. Oh, I already get that. Da-da. But then I heard one thing said by a brilliant guy still in my life. He got up and he said, I have good news and bad news. The good news is the war is over. The bad news is you lost. And it's exactly what I needed to hear, exactly the way I needed to hear it, perfectly succinct. And it just made me surrender. I was fighting the God stuff. I was fighting the steps. I'm too busy for this. Was there anything that just was perfectly said that made things click for you?
I mean, I said this the other day in an interview that one of the things that really helped me was a line from Isaiah that said, "Be still and know that I am God." Which, because my life was all activity and no progress. I was ambitious and I was energetic and I put, huge energy into my life. And, I describe myself as being a giant truck stuck in a ditch with the wheels spinning and the, headers smoking and the pipes, flames coming out of the pipe and roaring noise and going nowhere, and then I learned to be still, that I don't have to fix everything. That I don't have to reach outside of myself to fix things that are, going wrong inside of me, that are, the parts of me that are, not feeling good right now. I don't have to go out and fix that. I can just be still, and that it will pass like a storm cloud, like lying on a hill and watching dark cloud come and a white cloud or whatever. And that if I can sit still with that stuff, that God does the hard work and be peaceful, be filled with peace
And a
and
faith
assurance
that it's going to
faith,
be
yeah.
handled. It's not my job. It's when people struggle with the God thing.
And it makes me a lot more efficient and effective as a human being, being able to be still. And there's a story about Abraham Lincoln, who was asked about how he would cut down. He was the rail splitter, so he was, handy with an axe. And he was asked about what he would do if he had 5 hours to cut down a giant oak tree. And he said he'd spend 4 hours sharpening the axe. And to me, that's a metaphor for, being in a good spiritual condition. If I'm in a good spiritual state, I am much more effective as a human being. It not only takes that knot out of my stomach of anxiety that I was born with and that empty hole inside of myself that I was trying to fill with drugs and sex and risky extreme behavior and all that. It makes me peaceful inside, but also it somehow alters the universe so that my luck changes. The lights turn green, the parking place is open, and people call when they're supposed to. There's I see all these little synchronicities happening around me, these little coincidences and weird little miracles that feel like God reaching in and touching me and saying, I got you. So it makes me
such a magic trick. It's such a magic trick. It's like, when I'm working with people that are sponsees that the God thing, I don't believe in God. It's like, okay, you don't have to believe in God yet. Just believing in God, let's just start with the fact it just means you're not God. Let's just start that you're not. And you just see them go, oh, thank God. I don't have to be in control of everything. I can just be in the passenger seat and let the good things come. And the things that don't come aren't for you. It's like the rejection's God's protection. And when you start seeing that and looking at it that way, there's nothing bad can ever happen to you because you can just sublimate it into something positive or
and that's the trick, is that the trick that God has is taking chaos and and bringing order out of it. And each one of us is little, our magical ability is to do that in life, to try to, whatever we encounter, whatever bad thing we encounter, to try to make something good out of it, to process in the way that, you can be of use to other people, that you can, that you know how to console people, that you know what to say, that you can have, that you gain wisdom from it. The word wisdom means the knowledge of God's will. And it means that you have an instinctive knowledge about what is right and what's wrong. and how to turn, bad things into something good for somebody else.
And looking at it as practice. So if you didn't get what you wanted, practicing patience. You didn't get, this is
Yeah.
uncomfortable. Today's my opportunity to practice tolerating discomfort. Like you can sort of step 3, you spin everything into something that benefits you.
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate magic trick. You mentioned, the concept of getting internal needs met with external things. I feel like as, someone that is, has so much alcoholism and addiction in my family, and I look ahead and I look at all these new addictions popping up, which is just the whack-a-mole, with social media, with self-righteous indignation on Twitter. When people go on Twitter and they're like, everyone's so divided. It's like, yeah, I mean, there was a civil war at one point in this. We've been divided before, maybe we just see it more than ever, who knows? But when I see negativity online, I just see people that are addicted to self-righteous indignation, addicted to social media, what is, if any, the government's role in addiction recovery? You've talked about it a little bit, but it's something that, I worry big pharma is just going to come in and be like, we have the addiction pill. We've got the, they're already kind of doing it, but is it?
Yeah, that's what they're already doing. They've turned a lot of the rehab industry, that has become predatory because of that, because it's been captured by pharma, and you go in to try to get sober, and they put you on, Prozac or SSRIs or benzos, and it just becomes part of the, a profit center for the.
There's an
pharmaceutical-
alcohol pill that's coming out soon that makes you puke if you drink. It's called Jaeger.
It's called tequila.
Yeah. Just eat the worm. I'm just always so
But-
curious because it seems like something that, addicts to me are always the most effective people on the planet, the smartest, most big-hearted people on the planet when they're sober. But I just see more and more addictive substances, and behaviors.
Yeah,
every day.
I get it, because my brain is like a formulation pharmacy. I can turn anything into a drug. And all the things you say, substances, or coffee, or Red Bull, or emotional stuff like pride, anger, lust,
Yep.
gluttony, avarice, sloth,
Adrenaline,
right,
right,
adrenaline.
gambling. Because gambling, I look at, Instagram and I go, these are just slot. This is a slot machine. It's the same thing. But I also think that there's such a thing as positive addictions, work and,
Yeah.
That kind of thing,
Yeah.
So but the government getting involved, is that overstepping, or am I?
No, what my kind of, I guess you'd call it a moonshot program, or the Peace Corps program. I'm going to start these healing centers all across the country in rural areas.
Amazing.
Right now, the big industry in rural areas in this country, the only industry in a lot of the rural areas, is prisons. And we had 106,000 people die of overdoses, mainly fentanyl, last year. That's twice what the number of kids that died in the 20 years in the Vietnam War. So we have 2 Vietnam Wars a year that are now happening in our country because of addiction. Plus, you've got all the suicides and all the other depression and this disintegration, the mental disintegration. I think there's 120,000 doses every year of SSRIs, and another 120,000 of Adderall. But the people shouldn't, lose hope. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start these, work with a nonprofit community to start these farms, essentially with organic farms, where people grow healthy food. They
Awesome.
live, and it's based upon something that I saw. A relative of mine went to a place in Italy called San Patrignano's, which is a community where they reparent you and teach you how to be part of a community.
Awesome.
And there's 2,000 kids who live there. It's free, completely free.
Awesome.
You just have to make a long-term commitment. You have to commit to 4 years. It's like college.
Great.
There's no cell phones. There's no screens.
Ooh.
You actually have to talk to other people, and then everybody is taught a skill. So they have a furniture factory. They have a wallpaper factory. They have one of the greatest bakeries in Tuscany. They have world famous bread, They have a vineyard that makes some of the finest wine in Italy. They have dog kennels where people can, board their dogs and you learn how to take them. And they have the same thing for horses and all these other, and people come out. They make purses, handmade purses for De La Valle, for Prada, for Gucci. And they make money from selling this stuff. It pays for half of their budget. And these kids, learn how to live in communities for the first time, and they are, they come out completely recovered. So,
so cool.
I'm going to start these all over the country, and we're seeing that what we're seeing in this country, the disintegration of any sense of community
and any sense of pride. People say on Instagram, self-love and in order to build self-esteem, you have to engage in esteemable actions. Build something. I made this. I built this. I trained this dog.
And I went to work and I put in a full day's work and I showed up on time.
Too easy. That's it. Right. Integrity, building integrity.
Right. I told the truth when it was hard and all of that stuff that kids aren't learning today. And so, I really want to try to restore this sense of community in our country. And, people are going to be living with people who are Republicans and Democrats and all different colors and figuring out how to, reestablish the bonds of community in our country that are being, destroyed right now. We need to focus a lot right now at this point in our history in self-healing.
Yep.
And we need to recover a lot of these kids who are being lost.
Where are we on billionaires? Because, I was reading yesterday, every now and then I need to sort of get into the wormhole of Bill Gates's new venture. And I was reading about the appeal he's putting on Costco apples. He's covering Costco apples with some schmegma condoms for apples. I don't know if he's just jealous that he didn't make Apple, the software company. Now he needs to buy every last apple. He bought.
I don't know much about Appeal, which is the name of it, but I don't eat those apples because why would you if you can help it? But it extends their shelf life to like a month or something.
And then he bought Bragg's, which is the apple cider vinegar, which is a whole sort of medicine a lot of people would take if they don't want to take Robitussin or NyQuil or all these other things. And he puts Appeal apples in that now. So it's a full-time job just to keep track of, what this guy's up to, and then owning the, potatoes for McDonald's. There's no way potatoes aren't that delicious. There's something up with these fries. He owns the.
I thought J.R. Simplot.
Can we look that up, Pat? Because I think he owns the farmland for McDonald's potatoes.
I bet you he still buys the potatoes from J.R. Simplot.
Red River Trust, an entity associated with Gates, bought the acreage located in the northern Red River Valley from 3 Campbell brothers. According to Spudman, Gates now owns 14,000 acres of farmland, Columbia Basin, Washington State, where potatoes are grown to eventually become McDonald's French fries. So he's just on that French fry trip. Wild to me.
Yeah.
I go back and forth, on Elon Musk.
He's the biggest owner of McDonald's. He's the biggest owner of Coca-Cola. He owns, he's the biggest owner of Caterpillar.
Well, Caterpillar is the trucks that farm the land. Yeah. It's like John Deere's competitor. Canadian National Railway. He owns railways?
Well, that he got from Warren Buffett, I think.
So that we can't leave if we need to because of all the GMO fries? He's going to keep us in if his GMO mosquitoes start attacking us. There's no way to get to Canada. I mean, this guy's wild. I don't want to put on the tinfoil hat and talk about the chemtrails and mosquitoes, but is there a role, if any, in terms of regulating not just corporations, but these billionaires that just seem to be...
Well, I don't know. I mean, Gates...
Gates, if you're single, I'm available, but also we need to handle you.
You think it would be worth it even for $50 billion?
Well, I would justify it as I'm going to get on the inside and dismantle this monster. I'll take one. I'll jump on this grenade. I'm going to go in there, make them fall in love with me, and I'm going to stop Appeal. I'm going to stop.
You shouldn't have told your plan on that.
I know, stupid. Or should I have? Right? Do you think there's a certain amount of money that just corrupts the brain? Is this addiction gone wild?
I don't know. I mean, I spent a lot of time thinking about Gates because I wrote a book about him.
Yes.
But and there's patterns to his, to his strategy. He calls it philanthrocapitalism, which is that I'll tell you, he did this with Common Core curriculum, where everybody gets, is taught kind of to learn Microsoft programming when they're is trained in doing that. So that when they leave school, when they're in school, when they leave school, that they become customers. He did this with the Green Revolution in Africa, which he financed, he and the Rockefeller Foundation. And the Green Revolution was about converting Africans away from traditional, like sorghum and beans and plantains, and the sort of sustainable agriculture that they had developed over 20,000 generations, and switching them to GMO corn. And he owns the GMO corn because he owns a big chunk of Monsanto. And he owns, and then Cargill, which he brought in to do the supply chain. And the deal that they make with Africa is that if you switch to global commodities, then we will not only supply you the fertilizer, we'll supply you the pesticides, and then we will buy the commodity at the end of the season, and we will use it in our products for McDonald's, for Kraft. He also owns Kraft, and Coca-Cola, the corn syrup and the Coca-Cola, etc. So that was kind of with the Green Revolution. And now, as a result of that, there are 30 million additional Africans who are living on the edge of starvation. And during the COVID, we shut down. So now the people in Africa, we stopped importing all their corn. We stopped importing the thing, so all the promises of globalization that we made to the African people back in 1996, when Clinton was president and Gates was driving the foreign policy, those promises all got broken because now that corn was left in heaps on the docks and it wasn't being shipped. And there were 10,000 African children dying a month of starvation. The lockdowns really destroyed that whole illusion of globalization. But, it was a money-making enterprise for Gates. And the vaccines are the same thing. He gives the money, gets tax deductions for giving the money to the WHO. He gains control of the WHO. The WHO pays for finances the health ministries in virtually every country in Africa. So he can then say, as a condition of getting that money, this is what WHO does. As a condition to get that money, you have to show that you vaccinated a certain percentage of your population. Is the milestone, and the vaccines that they're buying are owned by companies that Gates owns. Oh, it's this system where, at the end, the punchline on almost all of his philanthropic projects are that he ends up making money. Oh, I don't look into his head and speculate about why he thinks the way that he does, but he did the same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft was, it was a monopoly. It's to control every aspect of vertically integrate and control every aspect of the domain of the landscapes, and be able to monetize philanthropy to make yourself richer.
It's the revenge of the nerds. Whatever girl rejected him in high school, it is on you to come back and sleep with him and close this loop, whatever it is. It just terrifies me. I'm just going to jump around a little bit. When I think about sort of, the carcinogens in the water, I mean, you've been fighting this your entire career, pollutants in the water, microplastics, poisons. Does the government just have no interest in prevention because they're not on the hook for our healthcare?
Well, I think what the answer to that is that the reason that stuff is allowed because the food industry controls FDA. So it's a captive agency. It's like all the other issues that they're not, FDA was supposed to protect public health, but it's actually become a sock puppet for the industry that it's supposed to regulate. That's
Now, did you go to West Virginia to school? Or?
So my grandfather, West Virginia, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, he worked in coal. You did a documentary called The Last Mountain, which
Yes.
I sobbed the entire way through.
Yeah.
I just, I know that your father had already sort of started.
Yeah, my family was deeply linked to West Virginia because West Virginia primary, back in 1960, only a few states had primaries. And the West Virginia primary was critical because West Virginia had the lowest number of Catholics of any state. And it was notorious for its anti-Catholic prejudice. Before my uncle ran, Al Smith had run, who was the governor of New York. And he was very, very popular at first. And then people found out he was a Catholic, and it gave rise to kind of a re-emergence of the Ku Klux Klan in the country, and nativist bigotry, and it killed his presidency. So there was kind of let's say, a belief, a consensus that a Catholic could never run for president of the United States. So when my uncle ran during the primaries in 1960, he had to prove that a Catholic could overcome that prejudice. And the place that he had to do that was West Virginia. So, everybody agreed if he run West Virginia, that was, that showed that he could get votes from places that were traditionally anti-Catholic. So my whole family, my mother and father, disappeared into West Virginia when I was, 6 years old.
Whoa.
And there were, members of my family who shook the hands of literally everybody in West Virginia during that election. And they put a huge effort into the state. And then they won. And that was a turning point in the campaign. And then the other thing that happened is my uncle, on a last minute impulse, he had been invited to speak to I think it was called the Protestant or the Evangelical Ministers Association in Dallas. And he gave this famous speech. He went down there and he gave this famous speech that they didn't ask me, my religion when they sent me to war in the Pacific. They didn't ask my brother's religion before he died for our country because his brother Joe had died during the war. And, he gave really this extraordinary, I'd say, tour de force about the importance of religious freedom in America. And he got a standing ovation at the end, and that kind of put the issue behind him.
Well, I mean, there's also a complimentary documentary called Hillbilly to yours about what happened, with Trump and Hillary. Hillary said, we got to get rid of coal. She said, and quote, "You guys did the best you could to keep the lights on, but it's time to move to clean energy." And by keep the best you could, they died. They went down there. They never came back. They died. And then Trump put on a hard hat and he went to Appalachia. So, it's such an overlooked area. It's something that is so close to my heart. Also, for people to look at West Virginia as this backward area. It was the first woke state. They said no to slavery. John Brown said, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah, they were anti-slavery.
And now it's thought of as this backward area, we've got this like third world country right in the center. We're going to spend all this money on Ukraine. Meanwhile, why aren't we rehabilitating West Virginia? Like, in terms of, clean energy, nuclear energy, all these new energies, like what can we do in order to heal the traumatic legacy of coal while making sure coal miners are still taken care of, still have jobs, but also transitioning to something that's not going to create such incredible pollution, toxic air. I mean, I grew up drinking poison West Virginia water, so it probably explains a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at that film, my sister also did a film. I think it was nominated for an Academy Award. My baby sister, called American Hollow, and it's about it's about life in West Virginia. But yeah, and Cheryl went to school in West Virginia.
I didn't know that. Oh, that's so cool.
She went to the University of West Virginia for a while.
That's why she's America's sweetheart.
Yep.
That state it just means so much to me, and it's so forgotten. And I just feel like politicians tend to not go there, and it really breaks my heart.
Yeah, I mean, in the strip mine, one of the things that strip mining did, which is now called mountaintop removal mining, is it really kind of broke the UMW, the United Mine Workers in West Virginia, because the strip industry was not unionized, and they don't even advertise for jobs in West Virginia. They go down to Myrtle Beach, they go down to states that are very, very anti-union to get workers. And you know, it used to be that you if you take mine from under the ground, it's very labor intensive. So when my dad was fighting strip mining in West Virginia back in the 60s, there was 112,000 unionized miners in the state. Today, I think there's only 11,000 miners, and they're taking a lot more coal out of West Virginia, but they're doing it very, very now capital intensive. They use these giant machines called drag lines that are 22 stories high. I've literally flown under one in a Piper Cub. And then they use hundreds of tons of ammonium nitrate explosives. In West Virginia, they detonate the equivalent of a Hiroshima nuclear bomb every week to blow the tops off the mountains to get at the coal seams beneath. And then they take all the rubble and they plow it into the river valley. And, you know, they've buried 2,200 miles of rivers and streams, all illegal. But they get away with it because you know how the government is in West Virginia. It's owned by the coal industry.
Correct. They pay for schools. They pay for the parades. They send food to your house, you know. And one of the most despicable things they did, I can speak for, I know Sinclair Oil, is they would pay their workers in vouchers to the Sinclair store so that they couldn't build wealth.
That's an old scam.
And
company store.
And something maybe I'll text Cheryl about that we could work on together, because I know she obviously is making movies now and getting sort of more behind the camera and producing. I was like, you know what, why aren't we shooting movies in West Virginia? It looks like Narnia. We could shoot Lord of the Rings there. We could shoot all these incredible, you know, why doesn't, you know, what is it, Game of Thrones shoot there? I mean, it looks like New Zealand, you know, like let's put money back into our small towns. Like what a great way to do it. So I'm emailing with the tourism industry. I'm like trying to figure the local film industry, West Virginia. One of them that runs tourism is a Hatfield, and the one that runs films is McCoy, and they won't talk.
Well, you know, I lived in Alabama for almost 2 years. I lived in a little town in Lowndes County called Hayneville. It was 22 miles south of Montgomery, and the guy I lived with was a guy called Sweet Pea Russell. He was a rodeo cowboy, and he was driving home one night, and he'd been drinking, and he went past the exit. He must have blacked out or passed out in the car. He hit the back of a U-Haul trailer and knocked it over the front of the car. And it was a family from West Virginia that was moving to Florida, and they had all their worldly possessions in that, and they were in a station wagon. And luckily, he hit this U-Haul and it cushioned the blows. So they didn't nobody got hurt, thank God. But I went there the next day to help them clean up the mess because all of their possessions were all over the highway. And we came on a high school yearbook, and every single person in it was either called Hatfield or McCoy. So
obsessed.
Yeah, the same thing.
Totally obsessed.
But you know, you're talking about the landscapes in Appalachia, and it's interesting because it's the richest ecosystems in North America. And the reason for that is during the Pleistocene Ice Age, which was 20,000 years ago, there were 2 miles of ice over where I lived in New York, over the Hudson Valley. And the rest of North America became a tundra. So there were no trees left. And the only place that the American forest survived was in Appalachia. And then when the ice withdrew, North America was reseeded from those Appalachian forests. So the typical forest in this country, on the East Coast forest, like in Vermont or Georgia, has 3 dominant tree species. In Appalachia, there's 80 because just the richness of that ecosystem. So it's literally It's the mother ecosystem of all of North America. It's the richest, more species per cubic meter than any other place in North America. And it's really a crime that we're cutting it all down. We've cut down these coal companies. Peabody, Consul, Massey have cut down 1.4 million acres. Flattened the 500 biggest mountains of West Virginia are gone. They flattened an area larger than the state of Delaware, 1.4 million acres. And it's a sterilized ecosystem after that. So, and then they buried all the rivers. It's really, if Americans knew, this is the Purple Mountains Majesty. These are the landscapes where Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett roam. So much of our culture, bluegrass music, NASCAR racing, all of these, these iconic parts of American culture.
Racial equality.
Yeah, exactly.
And when I'm talking about this area, it makes me hopeful. It, makes my heart expand. It does remind me of one thing that last time I visited someone that was horribly injured and his whole family was injured from coal, said something that broke my heart. He said, if they hadn't taken all the coal by now, we'd probably have diamond mines. Like they're taking these, literal natural resources.
Well, my father used to say about West Virginia, it's the richest state in the country. But it has the poorest population. It competes with Mississippi for having the poorest population every year. They go back and forth, but and it's because the mines. I mean, Massey Coal is not locally owned. Peabody and Consul are not. They're all owned by Wall Street. The coal is being strip mined from the people, and all that. Those coal fields were purchased by hustlers who went in there and what they call scalawags and carpetbaggers who went into the state after the Civil War, and they would pay landowners, for the subsurface rights to their property. And if you're a poor landowner who's starving, and they say to you, somebody says to you, there's coal under here, and one day somebody may mine it, we want to own, it will pay you money. That right in the future, and you think it's going to be a tunnel mine that's not going to really disturb your use and enjoyment of your property. You take the money. So it was all sold, it was all bought, and then it was consolidated and sold to these really three giant companies. And then they came in and said, well, actually, now we're going to actually blow your farm up to get at the coal. And people would say, you can't do that. And they'd go to the West Virginia Supreme Court, which is owned by the coal industry.
That's right.
And the coal industry said, yeah, if you got to get at the coal, you can blow up the farm now.
Even, I want to say 5-6 years ago, Elon Musk tried to bring in a Tesla factory with union labor, and they chased him out. He was like, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't even let him go in.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels so hopeless sometimes, but they do show up and vote. And one thing I will say is, we proudly say the word redneck here, because of course that dates back to the Battle of Blair Mountain, where the labor uprising, where everyone had a red handkerchief, so every now and then in this sort of moment where no one's allowed to say anything, and these words, you say this and that, I say I'm proudly white trash and hillbilly and a redneck. People are like, you can't say redneck. I'm like, you think you made up some other term for it, but actually in West Virginia, it means you're a hero.
And the Battle of Blair Mountain was a battle. It was the only time in American history when U.S. Air Force bombers have been deployed against American citizens inside America. And there was 20,000 union protesters on Blair Mountain who were trying to get decent wages. And the government, the coal company, which owned the United States government at that time, got them to deploy the United States Air Force in its earliest years. One of the first actions of the United States Air Force was bombing and strafing miners, striking miners in West Virginia. Oh, that's real, corporate capture.
Dark Water, that Mark Ruffalo movie. It was about, after coal, then came in DuPont. Then I have umbrella insurance specifically so I can talk about DuPont. Because I had my business manager, because I'm always like, and DuPont spilling chemicals in West Virginia. He's like, can you please take that down? And then it's just over and over again, and the chemical spills, and now the opioid crisis. It always just seems to go straight for Appalachia every time.
Yeah, so that movie was made about my case, which was that, suing DuPont on PFOAs, which are a flame retardant, and they called C8 at the time, and they
Is it
were
Teflon? Is that?
It's in Teflon, yes, and that's why Teflon, was making people sick, because when Teflon starts, you should never use a Teflon coated pan, because if it starts to smoke when it heats up, it volatilizes the PFOAs, and then you inhale it, and it's making people very, very sick. But it also was in the water, and it poisoned 10,000 people in that part of Ohio and West Virginia. And we sued them, and we ended up winning the 3 lawsuits and settling for the 10,000 families there. I also brought a case against DuPont in West Virginia, and I did the closing argument in the case. And it was in Spelter, West Virginia, where DuPont was running a zinc smelter and had poisoned the entire town, knew they were all poisoned. There was actually a memo in the case where they said, we need to tell these people, here's a press release. And then DuPont met and said, let's not tell them. And because the people were saying, the executives in the company say, we need to tell them, so they stopped drinking their water because we're poisoning them all. And here is a model press release that we're going to use to inform the town. And then the executives of DuPont said, it's better not to tell them. And they let them drink it for another 20 years. And when you went around that town, you could look at people and just say, something's wrong here.
The tour guides, there were tour guides that were getting thyroid cancer of the New River. And, the people that would canoe, swim in the river. I mean, a lot of people that I went to school with, their kids had thyroid cancer. I mean, it's beyond comprehension.
Yeah.
Do you think part of the reason they were able to get away with that is because it was a lot of Italians, it was a lot of Scotch-Irish, they looked at them as immigrant labor at the time? Or I'm trying to get away.
I mean, I don't know how much of that there was, but probably.
Yeah.
They were, I think a lot of them were World War I veterans who had gone. I mean, West Virginia has more Medal of Honor winners, I think, than any other state. Despite the small population, West Virginia and Puerto Rico, I think, are the highest concentration of Medal of Honor winners. And there was this Scotch-Irish population that was, very, very, had fought in the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And it became kind of a tradition to be, it's part of this Scotch-Irish tradition to go into the military. And
there's a great book called Born Fighting about that.
Jim Webb's
Yeah,
book.
that's my ancestry. Yeah. So whenever somebody's like, why do you always have to be so contrary? I'm like, this is just my ancestry. I don't know what to tell you. I just,
It's like the definition of a well-balanced Irishman is having a chip on both shoulders. But Jim Webb was a United States senator. I think he had 7 generations of awarded war heroes in his family. His son, who is a Marine in Iraq, is running Veterans Affairs for my campaign.
Wow. That's so cool. I'm letting you go because I know you have a million things. One thing I have not, by the way, I love your podcast.
Thank you.
I didn't want to ask you any questions you've already answered on there, but I cannot recommend it enough. It's sometimes just 30-minute bites. Total game changer. Obviously, you've done some amazing podcasts with Rogan and Lex, etc. One thing I haven't heard, though, is how you proposed to Cheryl.
When I proposed to Cheryl, first of all, I went and asked permission of Larry.
Right,
and that was, but I was in Florida, and we were in a sort of a mangrove. We were on the banks of the St. Johns River, and we were in kind of all these southern oaks with the Spanish moss coming off of it. We were with her nieces and nephews and her daughter. And they asked me if I was going to marry Cheryl, and I'd already made up my mind. So I said, yeah, do you want to see me propose to her? And they said, yeah. And so I got down on my knees and
no ring, anything. Just
they took a picture of it, which is, Yeah, I didn't have a ring on me at that point.
So it was real love.
one.
It was real love. Then.
Yeah.
Okay. We get it. You have real love. Thank you so much for coming by. I don't want to keep you. I don't want to be selfish with your time, but I'm just such a big fan of yours, and I hope I didn't.
I'm a huge fan of yours.
I hope I didn't make you repeat too much. Oh, let me just tell you one more thing.
It was mainly new stuff, so that's really an accomplishment.
I also wrote my senior honors thesis on the postmodern implications of Oliver Stone's JFK. So this day was coming regardless.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to come back and talk about that
Another
stuff.
time. Yeah. But that has been a very long obsession of mine for, my dad was onto this way before. Also played Harvard football, my dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have lots of weird
What year?
eccentric things. Oh, God, he would be 77 right now.
Okay, so he was 10 years younger than my dad.
Yeah, he got asked to leave because he would fight.
Fighting?
He was born fighting.
That's funny.
That's our thing.
Oh, anyway, next time I come back, maybe you'll have some family photos.
Yes, we'll have to. Oh my
this
God.
house.
The fact that he came and he's like, you have no photos of anyone in this house. He's like, is this a stage house? like Tom Cruise has that Scientology house. It's a fake house.
Cartoons and horses.
It's so sad. Yeah, I know. I've got horses. I've got.
Well, this room, I mean, the people who are watching this room actually has a lot of character and imprint on it, but the rest of the house could be.
It's kind of austere.
There's
I wanted to be very simple, very calming, and then here is just a total. This is like the inside of my brain, just complete chaos, and stuff that fans sent, and just all the rigmarole. So thank you for coming by. I end these awkwardly, and as always, don't ride elephants. I always end saying, "Remember when Bob Barker said, spay and neuter your pets." At the end. Remember when he would say that at the end of every Price is Right? Spay and neuter your pets. It made a really big difference in awareness about it. So I was like, let me pick one thing to say. And so I say, don't ride elephants.
Okay.
Yeah. So don't do that today. Thank you.
It's too late for me.